mournful chill hath settled upon the realm of Britain, for it hath endured a desolation of 16 winters, bereft of a high king to guide and unite the land. The Supreme Collegium, entrusted with the sacred duty to anoint a rightful sovereign, hath faltered in its solemn task, lamented the whispers among the people. The 9 surviving legates, their voices entangled in a web of protocol and precedence, hath failed to act. Alas, it seemeth the twilight of the Collegium, as a potent body hath descended upon us. Throughout the land, tales abound of tribute paid, but alas, it floweth not into the coffers of a worthy ruler, but rather into the hands of invaders and those ill-fitted to the throne. The noble lords of Logres, once stalwart pillars of our realm, hath been laid low, though some secrets lie shrouded in mystery. Duke Ulfius, a survivor of many a harsh winter, findeth himself enshrouded in whispers of a shadowy alliance with the treacherous South Saxon. Duke Corneus, long in hiding, hath emerged from the shadows, and as he journeyed northward with exiles from Hanton, a fateful clash hath erupted at the border of East Saxon. In the wake of many a raid upon Caerwent, key strongholds once lost hath been reclaimed. The Irish, like a relentless horde, wage war upon the lands of Gales, swarming in their thousands, akin to vermin unleashed upon the fields. Norgales, in the throes of despair, offereth tribute to the mountain tribal leaders, known as the 3 Cadlus. These Cadlus, in their quest for willing souls to join their cause, dangle the allure of plunder. Yet, little plunder will be found in battling against the Irish. In the heart of Cambria, the kingdoms of Scavelon and Cameliard convene beneath the banners of peace, a meeting graced by the presence of the illustrious kings Leo de Grance and Ninteliad. King Idris of Cornwall hath need of willing souls, and the castellan of Castle Dimrock in Tintagel doth seek volunteers for his cause to defend against the King of Cornwall. King Cerdic of Wessex, ever the ambitious warlord, raiseth a formidable host, and seeketh the aids of mercenaries. A fleet of ships, a foreboding harbinger of strife, hath also been amassed under his banner. In the fabled lands of Salisbury, the great marshal's tournament hath been postponed, for news of turmoil along their western borders hath reached their ears. The Castle Woodhouse, a bastion once held by the late Prince Madoc, and a hoary hill fort of Westford Castle are said to have fallen under the dominion of mercenary armies. Yet the superstitious whisper of fey-folk and giants, laboring to reclaim what was lost in the days of Uther's invasion of the magician king's Summerland. All right, we're in. Welcome to another episode of Pendragon, Salisbury, Anarchy. Our third campaign with these characters. Kind of, most of these characters. And our fourth, if you count the prologue. Let's go ahead and do some introductions. We'll start with our guest. We have a multi-visited guest coming back. The episode's named after him. Jarren's returning. Zach.
Hi, I am Zach. I am playing Sir Jarren of Newton Manor, and he's been quite busy out east, and now he's returning back home, or at least one of his homes now, and it is definitely not in any kind of chaos right now, for sure.
There's no chaos in Salisbury. It's all myth. We'll go to Thomas next.
Hello, my name is Thomas, and I would like to, concur. Everything's fine in Salisbury. It's all good. It's all fine. Trust me. I will be playing Sir Edrich of Winterbourne, Stoke.
Nice. And Mark.
Hello, I am Mark, also known as the Cat's Meow, and there is no war in Salisbury. And today I'll be playing Sir Rhodri of Idmiston.
What's the Bossing Say line?
There is no war in Bossing Say.
That's what he just did, yeah.
Just making sure. Alright, and we'll go to Liam lastly.
Hi everybody, I'm Liam. I'm playing Sir Virgil, I think, today, and I'm so delighted to have Zach back. He's really, I think, the star of this show. It's a shame he's not on it more often.
What?
It's good to get back in the swing of things with two games happening back to back again. We are in our fifth episode of the year 497. And if you are chiming in for the first time, this is Pendragon, the role-playing game, edition 5.2 mostly. Some hacked-in 6th edition stuff, but since 6th edition isn't complete yet, we're doing the best of what we have. All right, and we are in the period of anarchy between the death of King Uther and the future of the realm. It's totally not involved at all with Arthur Pendragon or anything to do with King Arthur. This is a totally different game we're playing. Absolutely. It does feel like a different game, and that's partly on purpose. So we don't have chivalry is not a bonus or a mechanic in the system right now. True Knight is instead, which is basically like being an asshole, kind of. Like, good job. Being a knight as we might expect from something like The Song of Ice and Fire. Being a knight in that setting. That would be a true knight. Versus being Sir Lancelot or Sir... Maybe that's even a bad example. I don't know. We'll get there. Anyways.
Sir Gawain.
Listen, Gawain is one of my favorite knights, but he's far from a chivalrous knight in a lot of cases.
That's probably true.
Yeah. He's one of the more flawed knights, which makes him interesting. Okay, let's dive in. I'm not even sure where to start. We established that basically you guys were about 4 days out from the murder of, we'll call it, the accident of Sir Jarren, which you guys are quickly coming to the conclusion was potentially not all accidental, as many of you were already suspicious of.
He got accidented to death right in the back.
Yeah. All right. So we'll kind of zoom in on Jarren. This is a bit of a flashback. Who do you think, like, for Jarren, who's been the one delivering like the most amount of interactions with Jarren? Does Jarren have a right hand person so far? In his current situation?
I think I think so. I think he's been, there's a, Liam might know the character more, but he has a man who does a lot of scouting, Sir Kay, and trusts him quite a bit to send messages back and forth. If messages need to be done, and if there's not like an actual messenger, if he's to trust one of his own knights or one of his own people, that's probably who he would trust to go back and forth.
It's very interesting. Very interesting. You picked K too. I like that. That's fun.
You know, I think this one's gonna be though. I'm thinking of someone close to Salisbury. I think this is gonna be your boy Blackwood, because he would probably be someone that people would chase down when they're trying to get a hold of you, right?
True. He's also been there from the beginning.
Yeah. He rides in. You haven't seen him for a while. You know that there's been lots of news lately about Heartland and Huntland. More Huntland than Heartland has been rumored to be entertaining guests from Essex, from East Saxon, as of late. You haven't seen too much of Blackland outside of when you get together, when you muster your group and raid. He kind of goes off and does his own thing, which usually involves drinking, whoring, and all those things. He's a very simple guy, right? But he rides in, and it's very unlike him to ride in and talk to you one-on-one like this.
Immediately, if sensing this is odd, Sir Jarren is moving towards the closest sword, which is very close, and he says, "Has there been an attack? What's going on?"
There's been an accident back in Salisbury.
An accident? What? This must be quite the accident if it's warranted you coming here. To have something to do with the Count? Or Robert, I believe the name is?
There was an accident involving your brother. As far as I can tell, I think Jareth might be in hospice.
Jarren's face sort of hardens. Accident. My brother does not have accidents. He's a very careful man. Too careful, in my opinion. What happened?
He suffered a wound during the tournament. And tournament isn't a commonly held term at this phrase either. At this phase. This isn't an era of jousting or anything of the sort.
The tournament. That... I did not think that was such a dangerous thing. Weren't they supposed to use non-lethal weapons? I mean, they're sorting out some dispute. Seems ridiculous that it got to this point, but...
To be true,
it doesn't...
I don't have the detail. But I know that you put any weapon in knights' hands and they become a threat. Dulled or otherwise.
Clearly then, if this was done in a tournament in plain view, someone is at fault. We're going to discover just that. We'll pick up a few men and travel now. I'll make the preparations here. for the time being, but I can't leave my brother. Not like this.
Okay.
And Sir Jarren will definitely make the preparations. I mean, he probably does this quite often with his loyal men, and hopefully leave a good second command there and head on back to Salisbury, which nowadays is rather a dangerous ride if Silchester is now Saxon friendly.
Indeed. We're gonna check in on one thing here. On your way out, you find that another visitor has arrived. This one's not too uncommon. One of your stronger supporters, especially financially, Sir Argan, is present.
All right. Sir Argan, it is good to see you as well. It seems as though my brother has run into an issue. I need to see it through.
In Salisbury?
Yes. There's something to do with the tournament. He's been injured. I need to make sure that that's all that happened.
I see. All right.
What brings you now? I hope it's good news.
Not exactly. My eyes in Barrack County tell me that Duke Ulfius has allied directly with the Saxons in South Seax.
Is this something that Jarren wouldn't have known about? Like,
there are rumors.
There are rumors. Okay.
There were rumors that he'd been treating with the older Saxons. Like basically, South Seax and Kent are like kind of some of the oldest, settlements of the Saxons.
Jarren kind of flinches at that as he looks away, shaking his head, a bit disappointed. I knew some people would kowtow to the Saxons and their demands. Ulfius, this is a problem. We are being surrounded slowly. I've even heard of some whispers in our own lands here. People becoming more open to Saxon influence. It's a mistake, and it'll destroy us in the end, but people can't see very far.
When they panic, things get short-sighted, as much as true. Jarren, if you're to ride further west, you've become a figurehead for this fight. I'd advise riding with your hood up, and perhaps stay out of Silchester lands altogether.
Jarren was about to protest a bit, but he slowly closes his mouth and nods. I believe you're right, Sir Argan. Ambushes are becoming quite common, and even more competent. Saxons are not acting so much like Saxons anymore. But perhaps they're just more advanced in some of their tactics. We'll ride around Silchester. Might take a little longer, but if my brother is healing, he'll need all the time he can to heal. Are you coming as well, Sir Argon, or do you have business here?
I think it's time, now that things have settled a bit. I need to find the fate of Castle Brunn. It's in that forest, one that seems to be quite larger than before. I need to know where my best friend is, and if he remains.
Jarren nods. Of course. If you need any assistance, I am available and I can help if you need resources or men. The forest is growing quite rapidly. I am not sure why, but even our best huntsmen are having trouble, so be careful.
You as well. I'll see you at Christmas, I'm certain.
See you then, and be safe on the road.
All right. And then maybe we'll assume you bring your posse, and we can kind of, deal with who you left like in charge. I assume obviously Lady Everard would be over the actual your / her lands.
Right.
But there's a question of who you're leaving in charge of the mustering and the organizing, and if there's any raiding in your absence, who would lead that. But we can kind of deal with that offline, because that will probably tie into November's Open Pendragon.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I will interject just for saying, and Sir Corin is probably your best bet in terms of experience and command, like authority. He's probably your guy.
Yeah, he's probably the guy, and actually, in Open Pendragon, Sir Jarren actually has plans to involve the Open Pendragon players and their characters more in the planning of raids and stuff. So they might have roles and stuff, but Sir Corin, as far as the NPCs, for sure.
Indeed, the theme this year in Open Pendragon will be a summer of raiding without Sir Jarren. And see where that goes. Let's go ahead and zoom in. So we're going to fast forward now back to sort of 4 days out. And now it'll probably be more like, is there anything anyone needed to do urgently before we kind of have Zach enter, have Jarren enter Salisbury?
Sorry, you go.
No, you first, Thomas, by all means.
Well, thank you very much. Beyond hunting down the murderer and desperately scrabbling to increase Edrich's chances at marshaldom or getting some of Jareth's spy network, nothing that can really be done in the days that we had.
Yeah. So there is a problem with that whole hunting them down. Is part of the mechanics for that. The reason I was counting the days out loud is the further they got away, you guys got away from. We need to find out who it is and hunt them down. The further gone this group was, so we've established that they've been. I think
they were gone by now.
Yeah,
2 days.
3 days is
No, it was 3 days. They left on the first day.
Yeah.
I thought they left on the second.
Even to rally, let's say 2.5 days. They're probably about 2 counties ahead of you in gaining.
Yeah.
And then you would need to know exactly where you're looking. So they're going presumably by a planned road, and you're going by tracking. So,
Indeed.
Are you a famous hunter?
We also
God, no.
Okay.
no. We also don't know where they're going,
Yeah.
so that
Indeed.
complicates things.
Yeah, they could be going anywhere.
Indeed.
My thing is just to double check and make sure Virgil's back now. Yeah.
Yes, he will. He will be. We're kind of like jamming it all together again. But I want to give maybe. Let's assume, obviously, that. Sorry, I've got the character names not in front of me now, so I'm struggling. We'll assume that Edrich and who's Edrich and Florence. Were you guys directly going out to try and hunt down?
Oh no, Florence is gone. As soon as
Florence
he
was
gave
going to
Edric the
Cornwall.
information, he went home.
You went home, so you'll be playing Rhodri probably for this. Is
Yeah.
Rhodri directly trying to hunt down this?
He doesn't know about it, I don't think. So unless he's been informed, he's continuing to do what he's been doing this whole time. Which I told you about in messages, but I can restate it.
No, I think we'll restate it later.
Okay.
We'll start with the hunting roll, Thomas. That's what we'll start with.
I'm not fantastic at it. Any minuses?
No, but you're gonna need a crit for anything valuable, or else kind of the theme is gonna be you come up short.
Indeed. All right, let's do this. Failure.
Oh, it's closer than
It was close.
Yeah.
So if you got a success, it would have given you general region. If you got a crit, you would have been hot on the trail. With a failure, though, we'll simply say that like you're not even sure where they went. You end up looking around for lands. It seems they managed to evade any of the major like checkpoints in Salisbury that they would have to pass through. At least no one seems to have seen them. So whatever way they were traveling, they knew ways around getting in and out of Salisbury.
They must have had a tracker or something, plan a route beforehand.
Yeah, it's not that hard. I mean, you see the Salisbury map with its forests. It's like good luck. You know, if they knew what they're doing, they could find their way out. So.
Indeed.
All right.
Well, I think Edrich will. He did his best. He'll find them somehow.
Yeah, I think you realize just
through
blindly chasing them won't
experience.
work. So it's going to be more of a going back to the drawing board and using your mind and your contacts to figure this out.
Exactly.
And with that, it gives us a perfect opportunity to bring everyone back together. So we have. Why don't we say that the majority of you are still operating out of Sarum just because of everything that's happening and everything that has happened. So as Edrich is riding back in from north, from the forest, from Shoot, we have Virgil riding in from south, and we have
Covered in blood.
and we have Jarren riding in from the east, or from east. So. And we'll kind of zoom in. I think this is just an opportunity. It's one of those like, you know, does it really make sense that everyone rode in at the same time on the same day? No. Are we gonna theme it that way because it looks cool? Yeah, absolutely. So all of you end up together, and for some reason, Rhodri was riding from the west just because. Otherwise, it's asymmetric.
Exactly. He went for a ride.
Yeah. All right. So the four of you end up in the courtyard, which we haven't seen much of for some time, and it's probably filled with a bunch of NPCs that aren't around. Let's find out. Yep. Okay, we'll just slide all these ones off, and we'll bring in only the ones we want. So we got Edrich,
Saxons, you say?
Rhodri. Oh no, they're elsewhere. We'll find out about them in a bit. Virgil, and then
Virgil.
oh, that's old Virgil. Hold on. I pull in new-
This is the background we use for dueling a lot. Interesting.
So we must duel.
Interesting.
Funny that you choose it. Jarren has a bit of an entourage with him, like beyond just Squire and such.
Yeah, and looking a bit more serious and actually armed and armored. He actually looks a lot, well, not a lot different, but somewhat different from what you guys probably remember. He's more akin to like a burly woodsman warrior than a proper knight. You know, he has a hood up. He's forgoing the gleam of armor or house emblem. Just has dull chainmail with a cloak of green and brown and gray colors. He has long hair. It's kind of unkempt, scraggly beard to match. Lots more scars across his body if there's any skin showing. Seems
It's
like he
a-
has been in a war for a long time.
It's Aragorn going through his Thorongil days. So,
Right. Yeah, it's he's been through a lot, and but he kind of softens a bit as he sees some familiar faces finally after riding on the road for so long.
oh, that's broken.
When
Sir
will my
Jarren. Sorry, you go.
Sorry. No, I was just making a joke. When will my Sir Jarren return from the war? But he's here.
Yes. Sir Jarren. I'm sorry that we have to meet again in circumstances like these.
Sir Edrich, Sir Rhodri, Sir Virgil.
Sir Jarren.
I think Edric's going to turn his head to the newly arriving Sir Virgil, covered in blood, and he's going to tilt his head.
Forgive my absence, Sir Edrich. Sir Jarren, I hadn't realized you arrived. I imagine this is about your brother? Oh wait, was I here for that? I don't think I was here for
No,
that.
you
You
weren't.
weren't even-
No.
Never mind.
You were gone.
Yeah.
What brings you here, Sir Jarren?
It seems that with whatever tournament was held, my brother was injured. An accident, apparently. I have come to see how he's doing.
I must inform you, I'm afraid of two things. And I am sorry that you have to hear it from me. The first is that it was no accident. And the second is that, as of yesterday, Sir Jareth has passed.
Been a few days.
As of 2 days ago, Sir Jareth has passed.
It's been more than that. It's okay.
It's been a few days ago.
There you
Sir
go.
Jareth has passed.
What?
When...
Ja-
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you go.
Jarren seems to just be chewing on something. His jaw tightening a bit as he stares a bit disbelieving at Sir Edrich.
Sir Virgil, as you were absent, I will recollect it for the both of you. After, Virgil, you left, in the next round of the tournament, Sir Jareth fell from his horse. He had a wound in his back, a knife. I discovered, after some investigation, that someone had infiltrated the Newton Manor's Knights, killing one of them, replacing him, and wearing his armor onto the field. He was in the employ of a lady of unknown allegiance, but who had spoken to Sir Statirius. We are seeking all available angles, but we could not hunt down the entourage. I had just come from watching the fields and trails, looking at checkpoints. Sir Jareth was murdered.
How could this have happened?
I cannot say.
How was this allowed to happen? Jarren, you can tell, like, Jarren's been through a lot and through a lot of loss, but there's an anger building. This was a tournament. One held in open view of many eyes, many people. And an accident happened. A stabbing. And nobody saw this.
It happened during the chaos of the melee, and though some did see, their eyes were easily distracted. I spoke to many who were less than helpful. I found those who were, and another dead body of a Newton Manor Knight. You can speak to... What was your name? What was your name, Liam?
Oh, Sir Elroy.
You can speak to Sir Elroy for more, but I do not know how they managed to infiltrate, but I imagine the lady was part of an entourage of foreign powers. Those who came to treat I don't know who's behind it. But they violated hospitality and the laws of God.
So Brestius was here, was he not? I had word that for some reason my brother hired him. I suppose he's hiring out his services now as a mercenary knight of some sort.
So Brasius is currently away.
How
He heads
convenient.
west to Cornwall. It was not him.
Does it need to be him? It could be one of his men.
Unlikely.
And why is this?
With that, he just gestures to Sir Edrich.
This happened after an infiltration, a murder done by people who were not seen as part of Sebrastius' entourage. Sebrastius, though you and I both have issues with him, he is not a cutthroat.
Who says that he is not a cutthroat?
Because he does not have motivation. Why would he kill your brother? For what reason? For what goal?
Particularly when under his employ. Sebrastius is not the killer here. We do not know who it is yet, but we will find them.
Jarren doesn't look particularly accepting of that kind of answer, but he nods. We will definitely find them. And Elroy. I think I know of him. What leads do we have then? Which ones can we follow? And what is the Count Robert going to do about this? His dear mother.
I imagine, as far as leads go, there are two known associates, or at least those who were seen speaking to this lady. The first, Sir Statirius, close to Silchester. The second is a Milkfield knight of some description, whose name I forget.
Also, currently in the middle of deciding who will be our next marshal. It has come down to a vote.
What? Wasn't the whole point of the competition to... I don't understand why this decision hasn't already been made.
During the tournament in which Sir Jareth was attacked, Sir Leo also, in a maddened state, broke the neck of the leader of... was it Red something?
Asking Bob? Not a character?
Yes, I'm asking Bob.
Yeah, it's the... I don't have the faction handy. One sec. Pull up the...
Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. I just gotta pull up the hundreds map. Which is funny enough, the background for tonight, but I cut out your faces in the middle part. cut out the part.
It's all good. Hill Farm. Red Hill Farm.
Yep.
Hill Farm.
Edrich will say, after being unhorsed, he grabbed the reins of leader of Red Hill Farm. She fell to the ground, and her neck snapped. Combat erupted. It was chaotic enough that there was no decisive victor.
I see.
It was also deemed that an assassination attempt upon one of the leaders of the faction was deemed a breaking of the rules.
Put it lightly.
The exercise was pointless, then.
It does appear so.
But we do have two candidates.
I will say more than pointless, for too many lives have been lost. But Rhodri speaks true.
Wonderful.
I must admit, I'm not sure if I could be more disappointed in the leadership of Salisbury at this point.
What leadership?
Suppose that's one of the reasons. Has the Count or Lady Ellen made any announcements about this? Has she apologized for the incompetence? The loss of life when we have Saxons on our shores?
What good
Sir
would
Jarren,
that do us?
I
Apologies do
understand.
nothing.
Indeed. And I understand that you are grieving. But Lady Ellen is not to blame.
I don't believe that is the case. It was her tournament, was it not?
A tournament that she ran largely to appease the knights under her banner. She is doing a great deal to band together disparate forces, each pulling in their own selfish direction, while surrounded at all sides by Saxons and enemies who might as well be Saxons within a few months. She does not have too much experience in matters of skullduggery, but she will learn and learn quickly. We will make an example of your brother's murderer.
I'm sorry to say, Sir Edrich, there is no time to learn. The East is falling, slowly.
Then perhaps it is time you return home.
Return home. Newton Manor. There isn't too many Newtons left. Not serious ones, anyway.
We can't afford to be turning down allies right now. I wasn't here, so I can't speak to the lapse in judgment or security that's connected to your brother's death, but I can say that everyone is doing the best they can right now. And consequences are going to be present for every mistake we make. That doesn't mean that there aren't going to be some. I should have been here. And the fact that I wasn't, is my responsibility. It's a mistake, and there were consequences. Salisbury will be strong. It has to be, or it'll die. One way or the other. Don't doubt that we understand that, Sir Jarren.
Indeed. The Lady Ellen is not to blame, but improvements will be made, and death will be the only reward that our foes will reap. On that subject, Sir Virgil, I cannot say I quite know what made you travel, but I have felt similar bouts of, shall we say, discontent. Are you all right? You are covered in blood that is mostly dried.
And he kind of looks down as if he's first noticing it, and he kind of I went hunting.
I see. Sir Jarren, you come to a Salisbury that is divided. I will do my best to unite it. It will do its best to unite itself. But we face enemies on all sides, even from within. And it is they that we must root out, stem, and leaf.
Indeed.
It is my opinion that you need strong leadership in many regards to even begin to unite. I see a few strong leaders here, but not in your court.
If all goes well, at least one of us will have some hand in deciding the marshaldom. Sir Rhodri represents the Born Confederacy, a group of knights and holdings around the Bourne River, and I represent the loyalists of Lady Ellen. If the vote goes as planned, and God willing, I will be Marshal. Should that fail, it will be Sir Edmure?
Interesting. How many more lives must be sacrificed before a vote is actually made and a decision is finally completed?
It was almost completely decided. But then someone changed their vote.
Don't forget, Sir Jarren, you've been more absent than I have.
Exactly. Fighting the Saxons who aim to destroy us all. Has everyone forgot about the cities? Hantone? What about Anderida? Sacrifice to Wotan?
All
I
the
have
more
plans for
reason.
Wessex.
All the more reason we should have a marshal with a clear head. That is why Sir Erwin is truly the best for the position. But that's just my opinion. And I've been yet to be given a proper alternative.
The alternative is myself, Sir Rhodri.
And what do you claim for us? War? Destruction? You're not exactly the most well-liked within Salisbury.
War and destruction are guaranteed regardless of outcome. It's just whether or not we're prepared for it, Rhodri. Not to mention, I will say, that
All the more reason.
being liked has no place in a marshalship. It's not a popularity contest. It's electing the best person for the job.
Clearly you misunderstand the point of this whole thing. There is more to leadership than knowing how to swing a sword.
Sir Rhodri, amongst us four in this courtyard, you do not need to pander. Let us focus more on matters of material weight.
As I say, I have been yet to be offered an alternative. But I
have said
digress.
what I bring to the table. It is you who replace my words with violence and heedless charges into the enemy, which
I
says
see
more
no
about
point.
what you think of me than anything else.
I see no point to continue this conversation. As it is going nowhere, it seems you're not really listening either. But I digress. Sir Jarren, I welcome you back to Salisbury. Into the cauldron that might just forge us one way or another. Pardon me, I must take my leave. With that, he turns around and walks off.
What a prick.
Edrich will shrug and say, I think he's starting to like me.
I don't remember his brother being much like that.
Sir
Says-
Jarren. Oh, yeah.
Lawrence shit all over Virgil the first 2 times.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, every time.
You got that rose-colored glasses, you know. Once you experience
Yeah.
one end, you're like, oh
Yeah.
wow, I had it
Exactly,
so
I
good
prefer
back
the other
then.
Edrich will turn to Jarren and say, Jarren, now that you are here, it is fortunate. If you have any contacts that your brother had, any part of his network that could be marshaled into this, finding your brother's killer, any way they could have gone, the way they traveled, the people they went with, or finding Sir Statirius. I want to do the best that I can for Salisbury, and I can do that as Marshal, or I can do it elsewise. But we cannot allow the enemies of Salisbury to think that they can snuff out the lives of our own so easily. They must be paid. The debt must be paid with blood.
I couldn't agree more. Justice needs served. Vengeance, even. And there are many debts to be paid. My full effort, myself and my men will be going towards this. But make no mistake, this whole tournament, this whole blithering about, not making decisions in a time of war, this marks the end of my trust in the Count and Lady Ellen. I'm not sure what that means for Newton Manor, but until I see a leader worth following, we'll make do.
I will say this. You are my friend. But the Lady Ellen is my liege, as is the Count. They are doing their best, and I would thank you to not speak against them lightly. One is a boy. The other... No one has seen times like these. For nigh on decades, that our grandfathers, had they yet lived, would have had to strain their minds to remember. It is new for everyone, but for us, for we know the dancing steps of war. Let us come inside.
Sir Edrich, tell me, has Lady Ellen entertained Saxon guests?
Multiple times. Demanding tribute each time.
And the outcome?
They have been denied. There is a time, perhaps not far off, that the pressure will get too great for Salisbury, that raids may continue. I plan to have this pressure come out so that Wessex will put their hand where it shouldn't, and then it will be cut off at the elbow. But so far she has remained strong against influence along those lines. I cannot say how much longer that will last, but she listens to my advice and the advice of her council.
Well, then I am glad that you still see what we must do. But I also see that she is your liege, and you will do what she says. It seems, as you said, she is influenceable. And this worries me. I think it is time for us to look for my brother's killers.
I agree.
And Jarren looks like he wants to say more, but realizes this is going nowhere. Jarren has allegiance to the cause, and Sir Edrich has allegiance to his liege and the cause, which is a split.
I think, if possible, Virgil's gonna try to catch Jarren alone, kind of reach out and grab him, just a little bit further away from Edrich, and go, My honor compels me to stick with the side that I've sworn to. Times have changed, but they haven't changed that much, Sir Jarren. That being said, I think you understand more than most. I know your goals don't line up with Salisbury's for now. But if things work out and I have a place here of relative power, then I promise you, when those goals do align, you'll have a friend in Salisbury.
Jarren nods firmly and says, I appreciate this, Sir Virgil. I think in the end there are many hearts that still fight for this island, our people, the Britons. Some are just scared. And rightly so. The Saxons are a menace and an evil and a blight on this island, and their destruction is scary. But if we are not to disappear, be wiped from this land, we must fight. Until we cannot.
Hear, hear. I just think we're fighting different battles right now. Good luck, for what it's worth. I hope that I don't hear about your death anytime soon.
So Jarren, for the first time, there's a small smirk on the side of his mouth and says, "You needn't worry about that. My wife has forbade me from dying. It'd be too inconvenient."
Wonderful. Very well, I won't delay you any longer.
All right. Now, I do want to check in while we still have Zach here. Is there anything we want to accomplish? My plan for later on is obviously to move into the fall and the winter. And I'm assuming that Jarren isn't going to stick around for all that time.
Oh no, he's got stuff to do. He is a pretty, I mean, if he can get the general descriptions of these people, he is probably going to pick up. Well, I mean, Newton Manor is kind of leaderless in many ways, as I guess it would fall to Lila, right? The
nasty
Jarrett's
wife.
Yeah, the scheming wife and their children. Is that how that goes?
It would go to Jarren's son, and she would be regent unless you required another
Contest
regent, and yeah, you could contest her on it.
Oh no. The exact situation that Jarren does not like with the count. Okay. Yeah. Jarren,
you could send any of your men in and say this person's regent, and technically it would be your right. You are, you're in Virgil's situation right now, basically.
Right. Jarren would do so, basically saying until Jareth's murder is avenged and this is all sorted out, that both they need protection and Newton Manor needs to be fully united. So until then, Jarren wants strong leadership, just like he did this whole thing, is all this talk about, and it's no different for his own house.
Do you have anyone in mind? Anyone you trust? Anyone you don't need directly fighting underneath you over?
Yeah, that's always the thing, because there's so much fighting to do. Let's see.
Sir Garriott might be a good choice.
Isn't that Everard's right-hand person? Would
Yes,
she be okay with
is.
losing him?
She would understand, but like it wouldn't be optimal, but like it could work. I think Sir Hector lived. He's still recovering from his injuries. He might be a good. He's relatively inexperienced, but he's like, he's got a good heart. He'll probably be fine.
Yeah, let's do that, because good heart is something you'll need for dealing with Lila, I think.
Let's just hope he doesn't fail his honor roll like Leo did, and you should be good to go.
He should be fine, and I have no imminent plans for him in Open Pendragon. So
okay, perfect. We'll go with that, because
If you want someone who's great at stewardship and is part of my family who can directly control yours, Cynstenian's fine.
No.
I don't want any of that curse that comes from your family. So
Actually, yes, fair enough.
That's
The
fair,
moment
yeah.
he walks in, everyone starts dying of the plague.
so yeah, we'll go with Sir Hector. Yeah, because Sir Jarren's hot on the trail. He'll even try to, once he gets enough information, do his own hunting. It might be very hard to find the trail, but he's also very good at finding trails, and he's also very, very angry.
Yes. Oh, just in case, Edrich would give you like the full information that Florence gave him earlier, which includes descriptions of.
Right. Yeah.
Since a lot of this will happen off screen anyways, why don't anyone involved, and you guys can choose an NPC that you're, so like for example, if Virgil wouldn't get involved, but Elroy would, then Liam can roll on his behalf. If Rhodri would get involved, he could roll on Rhodri's behalf. I'm just looking for people that would commit some dedicated effort in the late summer and fall, because you're already in the summer, right? Towards trying to track down. Basically, the trail itself is cold. So now you're trying to track down more of an investigative kind of approach to whodunit, right?
Cynstenian, I need you to find someone who killed someone so I can torture them to death.
Okay, so you're gonna be involved in the campaign. Cynstenian's gonna do some investigatory stuff for you.
Yes. Edrich would be slightly better, but only slightly. Cynstenian's okay.
Why don't we start with Jarren? What would Jarren's approach be? Imagine he's working by solo. I mean, he's working independent of the other players right now, like with his own group.
Right. He would probably, especially with the descriptions of the people, and one in particular, was it Milkfield or Milkford? He knows a Milkford man. Actually, is supposedly friends with one named Loof.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
And
Why do you think I forgot his name?
So like picking up the trail again would probably be asking people, or handing out coin to people for news of this particular group traveling. He's not sure. I'm not sure how much of the network, the Newton Manor network from Jareth, that Jarren can utilize as well. But talking to people, and Jarren is
Okay.
what's his vengeful? I'm pretty sure it's going to make him act a certain way. He has 18 vengeful. So
what do you test
His
vengeful
vengeful
right
is
now?
yes.
Seems like a good moment to test. Okay. The odds were very good, but if it was a fumble, it would have been super interesting to try and explain that. Okay. So we'll do a little small. We're gonna do some minor vignettes real quick. We'll start with Jarren's and move from there. I'm just trying to find Loof.
yeah, if Loof is someone he would go to as well, and it'll be a thing.
All right. Let's start with that.
Does he find Loof in Salisbury in his manor?
Yeah, if you travel up to Milkfield, you'll find him. Absolutely, he's back in his manor. He has servants and stuff. He's actually, you find he's like rather wealthy, so he rides out to meet you after his servants like identify your heraldry and alert him. This is kind of like, it reminds you of Jareth a little bit, like that kind of play where it's like, oh, he already knows who's coming before they show up. Like,
Right. So Sir Jarren will nod with a small smile, for he has traveled quite a bit with Loof, especially during his time in Summerland. And he says, Sir Loof, it is good to see you well.
So you've returned. Terrible news about your brother. He was good for a number of reasons, Saxons included. He'll be a loss for this entire island.
He definitely will be. I know we had our disagreements on how to combat the Saxons. But in the end, he fought for this island and for our people. And something tells me he was murdered for it. I need help. There are people who I am investigating who may be the culprit. It was said there was someone from Milford that may be involved.
Interesting. I know most of the knights here. What information do you have? Perhaps I can help you suss this out.
Jarren takes a long moment to reply. Has any of your knights recently been down to the tournament or around where they held that tournament or participated in said tournament? I'm guessing perhaps a few?
Indeed. We combined with another 100 actually and fought for ourselves. After certain knights decided to go a foolish route. Milkfield combined with Bob can't find it. Rhodir. There we go. Milkfield combined with Rhodir. We competed. We chose the opposing side to the Loyalists. We were defeated. On day one.
And, well, maybe Jarren might not know this, Bob, but at what point in the tournament was Jareth stabbed? Was that towards the end?
It was day 2. You'd probably have had that info. Yeah.
Okay. So technically the Milford Knights were not on the field then?
According to Louvre.
You fucking die. Just fucking die. I'm gonna kill you.
So Jarren nods and says, I believe I have a general description of the man. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, I would like to perhaps... He looks for the right word. It is awkward to ask, but I need to find my brother's killer. I am not one to play these kinds of games. Murder... cowardly.
We're certain it was murder.
It seems so. Stabbing in the back with the blade.
Whispers are true then. I see. How interesting. Why do they think someone from Milkfield was involved? Were they seen doing something? Talking to someone?
Traveling with someone, I suppose. A And correct me if I'm wrong, just if I'm misremembering the what
I
would have
believe
been given
so.
to.
Above the table, I believe they were seen talking at a feast. Luf was seen talking at a feast with Statirius and this lady. Yes, this is what you had. So it was the lady guests.
Okay. So, well, this was told to Jarren. Jarren adjusts himself on the horse. You were at a feast, Sir Luf. Someone who may have been involved was a particular lady, a larger man. I am not sure of this lady's name. I'm not sure if she frequents Salisbury often. Must not if I don't know it.
I see. A lady, you say?
Yes. It seems quite strange that they have left so quickly after all of these events, but that does not damn them immediately. Many people have left after the ridiculousness of the tournament. Do you know who this is?
I think I do. I think I spoke with her. Though I don't know if she would have used her real name, in truth.
Well, any information is good information.
I'm gonna test one thing for him to see just how crafty he was there. Oh, not a crit. Would have been more useful. She introduced herself as a relative of the late Duke Corneus. Though I've heard since that Corneus has returned. Is that true?
It is. I saw him in his army myself.
She had a northern accent, which means she's either from our northern counties, or she's from beyond them, or she's just terribly good at putting on a performance, though I don't suspect so. It seemed as if she was trying to suppress the accent, which I assumed was an attempt to appear more proper, like us in the south in Logres.
I see. Seems quite suspicious then. And this larger man, what was his name? Statirius? Does this ring any kind of bell?
Of course. Statirius is a baron. He holds land in Salisbury, the county or the Hundred of Swans. He also has a castle inside of Silchester, Thornbrush. He's a strategic mind, a strategist, a tactician.
Silchester. What a place to have holdings now that they've allied with the Saxons.
Indeed. He's actually the one that introduced me to her.
Was there a reason as for the introduction, or was it just pleasantries?
Are you asking me, Sir Jarren, if I suspect that there was a reason?
If this is a master tactician, as you say, I think there's always a reason.
Perhaps, yes. I will say this about Statirius. His renown is that of battle, not necessarily of cloak and dagger activity. Though who's to know? Who's to say what knights become in times such as these? Give me a heraldry roll real quick, Zach.
Heraldry. Oh, he's real good at this.
Never know when you roll one. Oh, okay. You see a figure ride in. He's coming from the north, actually.
Oh, well,
And
hello.
it is a knight. He's under accompaniment of like 5 or 10 riders. They seem to be purposely riding this way. And give me an intrigue test just for funsies.
So good.
My attempts to conceal who he is aren't there. We'll just assume you assume like there's not much Milkfield's at the top. You know that this must be a rider from riding outside. He seems to be riding this way for Loof. Loof puts on a smile and says, "Ah, more guests. I seem to be a popular person this."
Is this guy, has he rode up already? Because Jarren would ask.
No, he's a couple hundred. You know.
Okay. So Jarren raises an eyebrow at the approaching men. Another guest. Which one is this?
His name is Sir Drew. He's a baron to the north of us. Gentian.
Having troubles with the north, or you expecting a friendly visit?
I've been socializing with Gentian. Do you remember Eldol, the war hero? One that fought off the Saxons with a table leg.
Of course I do.
His passing has led to a succession war. 2 heirs claim themselves, or would-be heirs, might say, are currently warring over what used to be the Duchy of Glevum. They've divided the duchy into the county of Glevum and the county of Clarence, and the 2 are at war, not far from our borders. I've been treating with fellow Kimric and Gentian to make sure we're aware of this and the outcomes.
I see. More infighting amongst our kind. This is wonderful.
Indeed. I'm sorry I don't have better news for you, my friend, but I would suggest perhaps searching north. I would suspect that finding this lady beyond the forest now, in the lands of Duke Corneus, would be a good start. Failing that, there's the north, Malahut, and beyond.
Jarren nods a bit grimly as he actually looks towards the north. It must be done. Did you say that during the introduction she at least gave a name, even if it be false?
She did. And he gives you that? I'm trying to remember if it was Briss. Is that what you got? I'm asking Thomas because he's usually pretty good with this.
I don't recall. I remember she gave a sort of name during Percy's scene, but I didn't write it down. Briss sounds right, but I don't know.
We'll go
for
with that
certain.
for now, and then we can retcon. I know I have it like written somewhere, and I'm not sure where I put it. The name she used for that night, but we had randomly rolled her a name for that night, so
Mm.
yeah. So I'll go back and reflect on that for future use. But we'll assume like in character you have the name. Making it
Okay.
Chris is a filler for now.
Sir Jarren nods and says, "Well, I do not want to keep you from your other guests, especially if they're so important for your northern border. I thank you, Loof, for the help. You have been much help over the years. I appreciate it."
It was a pleasure, Sir Jarren. Good luck in the war in the east. May God protect you.
And you as well, my friend. Be well. And Sir Jarren will ride off with his men, and he'll probably pass by, I suppose, the Baron if he's coming from the north.
Yeah.
And Jarren will give a small wave greeting towards the man, trying to gauge what is
Vibe check, if you will.
vibe check, hospitality.
Yeah. I'll test something for him real quick.
Check that man's vibes. I will be right back.
On his face is written murder, murder.
Doesn't recognize, draws sword. He will recognize.
He just gives you
He'll remember me.
He gives you a courtly nod. Continues on.
All right. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much Jarren. Jarren's singularly focused, so he doesn't pay the Baron much mind.
Well, Zach, it is midnight for you. I was thinking it might be a good opportunity to release you. You can still kind of watch whatever the rest, if you need to, if you want to clue in. But let's go ahead and give you a chance to sign off for the night. Do you have any closing remarks for your portion of the session before we release you to the wild here? Some sleepy sleeps.
Yeah, closing remarks. Oh boy. Sir Jarren is just all sorts of no faith in Salisbury. Which
okay.
is, I mean, I'm sure that's like a lot of people will think that. At this
the
point,
main cast are at that point too. So
yeah, it's that's anarchy. But I'm so interested if the decisions made will bring that faith back. We'll see in time. Jarren is very Jarren-y though, so it may be hard to appease him.
Yeah, Jarren's gonna Jarren for sure. Thanks for playing, Zach. Always lovely to have you. I'm gonna go ahead and throw us to the BRB screen. We can say goodbyes to you in private real quick, and then we'll be back. All right, talk to you guys soon. All right, and we're back. And most of this is right, except for we have Liam as Sir Elroy. We'll fix that in the background. In the meantime, we're going to address someone else who's on screen right now. We're going to visit Sir Florence in his journey to Cornwall, or more specifically, that which he encounters once there.
Fun, fun, fun.
Indeed. Indeed, good sir. All right. They changed this. Give me 1 sec here. We're just going to get this out of the way. Otherwise, it's going to take me forever. We're going to put Virgil on the screen. So all may see him in his glory. Even though he's not in this exact moment.
But I want to see him. I like his face.
All right,
Night either, Virgil.
It's Virgil o'clock.
All right, let's see if that works.
It's Virgiling time.
It's Virgiling time. I'm gonna Virgil all over him.
Proceeded to Virgil all over him.
All over him. That was
We
wild.
saw what happened when he verged all over the place. 3 people died.
Yeah.
That's true. The party is.
I dare say, a good description of Virgil is on the verge of violence.
Verge ill because he does ill to people. And he's on the edge of doing that all the time.
I'm on the verge of doing you great ill.
The
Exactly.
Virgil is short for I'm going to do harm to you.
It's better than his Christian name, which is Virg Murder.
All right.
Yeah.
We are ready to go. Let's zoom in a little bit on Cornwall, guys. I think this one in particular, as we zoom in, we hear or we see a line that says the Battle of Tintagel. And Mark, we're gonna be doing a couple of rolls here for you. Let's see how Florence fares in the overwhelming battle of Tintagel.
I'm here to kick ass and try not to die.
Good plans, honestly.
You're all out of ass.
Yeah.
All right. Give me 3 rolls. Your favorite weapon, battle, and horsemanship.
All right. So let's do Lance first. Crit.
Okay.
Battle. Failure.
Okay.
Horsemanship. Success.
Okay. All right. So crit, success, fail. Your lance and horsemanship are ticked for this.
They already are.
Okay. Give me
Dance.
give me a 1d20 plus 10.
All right. Plus 1d20 plus. Yeah. Oh, that was 110.
I don't even see a roll yet. There we go.
28.
Okay. Let me just see.
I hope that's good.
Okay. So it is, to some degree, in a lot of degrees, to be honest. Roll a d6 as well.
5.
Okay. So you get hold on. Yeah, okay. Just making sure that's right. You get 37 glory for this. Being on the losing side reduces your glory, right? At any given point.
Right.
That's for the general fighting, and you remain in for 5 rounds before you're forced to withdraw.
Mm-hmm.
You manage to, however, capture. You manage to defeat a knight in battle. Someone relatively famed on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
You take them for ransom, so they're worth 100 librum ransom back because they're a rich knight. And you are left with a situation as you get encircled. Your battle means that you can do one of 2 things in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
You remember fighting beside Brastius, and your 2 units were fighting together. Brastius and his unit called for you to retreat just as you were vanquishing your enemy. You chose to hold them ransom. When you got sort of your wits about you again, you realized that you were being encircled.
Right.
You have an opening. You have a fast horse, faster than most of your men.
Mm-hmm. But it would mean leaving them behind.
You can choose to leave your men behind and escape back to your county, county where Axe is, which is Ascalon. Or you can choose to effectively fight on, which might result in your death, or to be taken captive.
Ooh.
Right.
Is that a trait test, or is that a...
It's going to be prudent versus reckless.
Or maybe prudent versus valorous?
I think prudent versus reckless works, because reckless is to continue the battle, though it might be dangerous, and prudent would be whoop.
Whoop.
Yeah. Prudent would be doing the smart thing, which is get the fuck out of there.
Yeah. And
Fuck
valorous
out of there.
versus cowardly makes it a little too easy.
Then one is guaranteed. I can assure you that much. I'll do prudent versus reckless, because I think that fits best.
Alrighty.
And that actually gives it a chance.
The decision here, just because this is more like you're choosing.
Sure thing. Prudent is a failure.
Shit.
Florence fights on.
Okay.
Please don't die here.
We'll see.
I don't know. It'd be pretty narratively satisfying if it did.
Okay. We are going to give you those 3 same tests. You're going to suffer a -5 for all.
-5. I'm guessing I don't get a passion towards this.
You can invoke.
I would like to invoke.
I will warn if you invoke, though, you are now a slave to that passion.
Yes, so that makes sense. I think in this case, because he's fighting for the sake of his men and not leaving them go, this will be honor.
Okay.
That's a failure. But it's not high enough I take a penalty.
That would have been interesting if you had it, like if you had gone into melancholy, but no, you're not.
Yeah.
So
it's not high enough for that.
Yeah.
Right, -5. Lats, success. Battle. Success. And horsemanship.
Hell
Success.
Yes.
Okay.
Florence, your sword thrusts through the casques of men, your lance thrusteth shore.
What can I say? God loves me.
Presumably, this is you turning into your retreating flank and fighting through them. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah.
Versus.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
This is him, like, fighting alongside his men to make sure they get through as well.
Right. Rather than sort of
Running for his own life. Yeah.
Which, as a Baron, no one would fault you for that, by the way, because you're the VIP, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you choose to fight on. Okay, I'll give you. You have a honor 15. I'll give you a 16 honor for that.
Okay. Back back to 16. It's gone up and down for quite a while.
It literally could have been his death there. So
That's true. Yeah.
Certainly.
Hopefully, I've gained the trust of my people.
We're gonna see. Roll a d4 for me.
Sure thing.
4. Okay.
A 4. Do I die?
Odds are low, especially with succeeding at all 3 of those. So I'm gonna roll 10 damage.
It's not 0.
4 times.
Okay.
And
Sure
this
thing.
is through armor, and there's gonna be a reduction because you succeeded all 3 of those. So it's actually only gonna be a maximum of 6 that can hit you.
Okay. All right, let's go.
4 for the first. This is through armor.
Yep. 4.
0. So
0.
5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
And 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I'm still up.
Okay, you're not unconscious. Perfect.
I'm at 12 hit points.
You're able to flee through. You have no major wounds, like none of those. I should have made those exploding too. So if you'd happen to get a 6, then it would have exploded. So there was some bigger threat. But no, you fight on. Obviously, a couple of your men are either killed or taken hostage. You're not sure, but you managed to flee to Ascalon and to your barony of the axe. Liam, were you trying to say something to us?
No, my dog is barking.
Okay,
And there's no
just
one here to
making
take care of her.
Yeah. All right. So needless to say, that inspired some form of leader. Like anyone that might have seen Florence as like a unworthy leader, probably seeing you fight on for them would have changed that, definitely. So your own men are left inspired, and we'll say back in Ascalon, you actually, just to put a familiar face to this, we'll say that you run into Brasius.
All right, then. With that, for Florence, as he sees Brasius, he releases a sigh of relief as he goes, Brasius, I'm glad to see you survived. It's looking a little close for both of us there.
Indeed. I didn't think you'd make it out. How did you make it out?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure. I think I ran by instinct at the end of it. I just kept fighting forward, pressing my spear as deep as I could into the armor of our enemies. I think I came out of it better than if I had just ran. There's something about inspiring loyalty, fighting on to the end, that I think Golo would have liked.
You have that right. I'm sad to see Sintagil fall.
Yes.
To me, it will always be the heart of Logres.
I can see that, most certainly. And one day, perhaps, it may still be. We may have lost the battle, but this war is far from over.
Will you prepare in Ascalon, then?
Indeed.
Do you need to try and hold the axe?
That is indeed my plan. I will unite as much of Ascalon as I have. Perhaps even further if my plans continue. I think this has done more for me than perhaps I've been able to do for the past couple of years. People see that I'm not willing to abandon them. Means they might not be willing to abandon me.
My heart is with you here. But these men, they hold themselves to an expectation. And I've given them an oath that I will serve no lord until a rightful king be made. That means I cannot commit. Not without our normal cost.
If I may ask them, what is such cost? Perhaps I might be able to brunt some of it. I might even be able to convince the other lords and people nearby to scrape up what they can.
My retinue is worth 500 librum.
And how long of your defense will that gain me?
Sorry, what was that, Mark? I missed that a little bit.
How long of your defense will that gain me?
1 year.
A year? You wouldn't happen to be able to be paid in loot, whatever can be scrounged up from the enemy?
That is standard bargain as well.
I see. Allow me to consider it for a while. I still don't know fully if King Idris will be able to wait it out if I do decide to make the choice. I can make the payment, but more than 1 year and I'll find myself bleeding the people dry, to be honest.
I have with me 100 knights, but that won't be enough to stop Idris. You'll need allies.
That is what I seek. Do you know much of the local people? The Pictish that take up these lands, I believe.
I know of one that remains against the war.
Do you think he could convince the others? The other tribes of the area?
I do.
Then if you could, I'd like to speak with him. If you would be by my side for it, it would be greatly appreciated.
I can do this much.
Good. I shall have my answer for you about whether I am willing to pay for next year's advance. Well, before the winter is upon us. But I must make sure I at least stand a chance in the meantime.
I understand. Okay. And I think we'll get into those conversations the next time we're back. That makes a lot of sense. We're gonna check in real quick with Edrich. What is Edrich?
Just want to say, Thomas is so glad that Florence didn't die to some Cornish dude. But yes, sorry about that. Continue.
What is Edrich going to do with his autumn?
For the most part, if Cynstenian can, on his off days, try and hunt for the culprit, Edric's going to do his best to serve the Lady Ellen. With Sir Leo no longer in the picture, she needs more sworn knights, so Edric will be around. But he'll also be canvassing for ways to either increase his network, because now that Jareth is no longer there, a network is needed, or B, get people on his side when it comes to the marshaldom vote. As marshal, he can do a lot more than if he weren't.
Okay. Are you specifically looking into activating a spy network?
Yes.
Okay. Test intrigue for me.
going to be hilarious if I botch this. Success, 1 off a crit.
Was close.
Test courtesy for me.
Oh no. Hey, success.
Okay.
Huzzah!
And you get ticks on those. And then finally,
Already ticked.
Pick that
Okay.
shit.
all right. You can test diplomacy for me.
Okay, my diplomacy's better than my courtesy, but still not great.
Fingers crossed.
Hey! My god.
There you go. So you take that as well.
I will tick that.
You are successful in establishing a spy network. Is there any emphasis or focus you want to set them forth on this year?
External threats, namely foreign powers who are interested in inserting their own agents in Salisbury or otherwise encroaching in. Basically, what happened this year can never happen again.
Okay. And it will cost you 15 librum a year as long as they're active.
Done. Starting now?
Yep.
I'm going to need to start raiding or ransoming high-value prisoners.
The last piece is, what is your honor currently at?
My honor is currently 16.
Okay. It's now 15.
I'm willing to make that change.
Dealing in clandestine nature is no place for a knight.
Exactly.
Which is why
Someone's
Jarren
gotta
had
do
a
it.
low honor for most of them.
Yes.
Jareth, sorry, not Jarren.
Indeed. But no, I think Edrich is willing to... Edrich has always been willing to get his hands dirty. It just never really came up.
Yep. It's all good. It's not in a punishment attempt as much as trying to keep it the verisimilitude of the setting.
Exactly. The fact that Edrich has to talk to so many peasants is truly repulsive to him as a knight. But he powers through.
All right. We're going to zoom in on Virgil. What does Virgil spend his autumn involved in?
Virgil is going to do his best to. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Virgil's going to spend autumn really trying to make up for ditching the fight. And he's going to do that by doing a public relations campaign across Salisbury. Because right now, Edrich is not extremely well liked among Salisbury knights. Virgil's going to part intimidation campaign, part schmooze, go around Salisbury and make sure that people are on board the Edrich train for Marshall.
Okay.
Aw, thank you, Virgil.
It's not for you.
Please don't kill anyone in my name.
I'm not going to kill anyone in your name until you're Marshal. Obviously.
There we go.
That would be dishonorable.
That's the time to do it.
Yeah, duh.
Are you committing any librum to your effort, or are you doing this?
Yeah. I've got a ton of money because I sold all of that useless memorabilia that Perin had, like that metal fist. What the
Like
fuck
that
was that
hand.
for? Yeah.
Fuck that, right?
Yeah. How much? What's my benefit for committing librum?
I can't give you the exact maybe I can. It will add per roll. You can add bonuses. Mm-hmm. You're about to roll diplomacy.
Yep.
You're about to roll something that resembles your intimidation, either a weapon skill or strength or size. Has to be one of those.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
I'll take cruel as well. As
okay,
another,
let me do a little bit of math here.
And then the last, so diplomacy, that, and intrigue will be your 3.
Okay, let me do a little bit of math here. Because I'm going to guarantee a crit for every one of those. Okay. So let's see. Intrigue was one of them. Diplomacy is one of them. I don't even have the diplomacy stat, so I would need to commit 40 librum to that. Is that right? If I wanted to guarantee
20,
a crit,
just 20 librum.
Just 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just 20. You know, we're at a different stage
Yeah.
of the game when people are saying just 20 librum, right?
Yeah.
Just 20, yeah. It's fine.
Imagine at the beginning of Sword of Victory saying just 20 librum.
And then
I am so poor.
it was that, and then a weapon skill, right?
Something to either weapon skill, or size or
Right.
strength, or cruel. Something.
And then
that
what was the last?
represents
What was the
representation.
last one? Was it just those two?
Diplomacy, intimidation, whatever equivalent you're
Yeah.
doing that for, and then intrigue.
Intrigue as well. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So if I so if I spend 20 librum on intrigue and on diplomacy, that'll guarantee me a crit on both of those, yeah? Each?
Yep. If you're well, okay. No, you were right with your original math. You were saying
Yeah.
You were saying to guarantee a crit, you want to be 20 over 20, so 40.
Okay, perfect. That's what I
Yeah.
thought. Okay, so 40 plus, I have a 4 in intrigue. So I would need to do 36. And
That's right.
then I have 21 in my sword skill, which is my highest. So I would need to do 19. Okay, so I'm going to drop 95 librum right now.
Christ on a
Committed
fucking
to the campaign.
cracker.
Now let me ask, what is driving Virgil to support Edrich this much?
It's a complicated series of feelings. I think Virgil does genuinely believe that Edrich / Virgil in charge is the best move for Salisbury. I don't think, especially after Leo had his little accident, and especially after all the weird backstabby shit and Sir Leaf knocking him over and all, after how fucking disastrous the little competition thing was and how factionalized Salisbury is right now, I think he genuinely believes that this is the best choice for saving Salisbury. I also think there's a little bit of guilt in it as well, in that he dipped after the first day and then shit went real bad in a way that if he was there, maybe it could have gone better. And I also think there is a little bit of selfishness and pride to it as well, because he knows that if he nearly single-handedly gets Edrich elected, despite him not being good at that, and if he drops that much money, Edric's gonna owe him. And he has a specific grudge that he wants to pay that out for right now.
What is the grudge?
Grudge is against Sir Leaf.
Okay.
So there's a lot. It's complicated stuff.
I'll give you two things.
Yep.
There's going to be two directed traits.
Yeah.
Trusting Sir Edrich at 6. Which probably puts you back to like 10 or something. Like, what's your suspicious?
Not high, actually.
Okay.
I've got a normal trusting suspicious. Virgil's not that kind of freak. He's a different freak.
Why don't you roll a d3 plus 3 and do it that way? So highest 6, lowest is 4. Okay,
6.
6 it is. Okay. Trusting Edrich is 6, so you trust him a bit more. I mean, enough to put 90 whatever librum. Like, you're betting on him, right? Betting on someone's kind of trust.
I am betting 95 librum on Edrich right now. Yes.
Twice as much librum as I had before I spent a large amount of money just then.
And then we'll go to give me a d3 plus 3. Okay.
That's 5.
You're vengeful, plus 5 for Loof. And furthermore, because you're gonna crit on all 3 of these rolls, you get a tick in all 3.
Hell yes. Yeah. Wonderful. Oh, I don't even have diplomacy on my sheet, so I guess I should
Yes.
add that. Yeah.
So
add it as
diplomacy
zero
is
antic.
0, and then it will go up automatically next time.
He learned some things. He learned some things by watching the people he paid.
Yeah, Edric's gonna kiss Virgil on the mouth. Neither of them are gonna like it, but it's gonna happen.
Hey, man, don't make assumptions.
Fair enough.
My wife's dead right now. I'm in my hoe phase, you know.
All right. With that, so I'll do a little bit of a narrative piece for you, just so there's something here. I think this is a matter of where you need to apply intimidation, where you need to apply each bit, and the easy part of this is your money means that you pick up all sorts of help in this, as far as steering you along the right path. Bribes as needed. You're basically it's like a Summer pretending to be Sir Argon for a session, and you end up kind of being aware of where Salisbury is coming into this, which is something I don't think your character in particular, Virgil, had a good understanding on. So
Correct.
the loyalists are going to vote for Edrich, because the ones that wouldn't have voted for Edrich moved over to support Leo, right? So they're easy. You don't even need to put effort towards them. The regalists, you start to offer them suggestions towards promises of accessibility towards potential castellanship and a chance at war and glory, a chance at money. You're basically having to spend a lot of time on the regalists, because they will vote for anyone who's not the loyalist. That's where they're at. Swan's 100 is difficult to navigate through, but now that Statirius isn't on the table, and he's not currently in Salisbury anymore. You find out he's back in Silchester in his castle. They're easy enough to persuade. You get the impression though that there's no loyalty bought. Their heart's still with Statirius, and you get the impression that if Statirius called them against Salisbury, they'd likely march against Salisbury. That's the impression you get. There's a loyalty there beyond anything in Salisbury for the county of Swans, or for the 100 of Swans. Sorry. Hill Farm is in a strange place because the red ones, all they want is a chance at vengeance against Leo, who apparently you find out killed their leader. Right? So they're pissed about that, and that's their only goal, is to avenge Dame Nia, who died at his hand. But what it has done is unified Hill Farm under one leader. So Sir Edenevant seems willing to support the other side, and in fact was working with the loyalists in the last fight in day 2.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Robert Demir is very easy. You tell him he's gonna get a castle, and he's on board. That's it.
Hell
Just wants a
yeah!
castle and ship.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
I love the idea of Virgil showing up on Edric's door one day and like, plop, here's a list. Here's what you need to give every specific person. Here's what you have to promise. Here's what you have to lie about. Do that, you'll have the marshalship.
Like a cat dropping truly a too large carcass, like a cat dropping the body of a bald eagle.
I'm scared of his power. What happened? I'm worried I might be next.
And this is that you bought your way into all the answers here. That's the best part about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is not a terrible way to do Anarchy. So Duak, you find, is particularly interesting. he's concerned with these rumors of monsters coming out of the forest, since he himself is in the forest. You choose to meet him outside of the forest because of all the rumors of trouble, and if you didn't choose to do that, you probably wouldn't show up again for this Christmas feast, to be honest with you. Entering the forest from the wrong side isn't the funnest or most recommended thing. He wants a promise of border protection through the forest and dealing with.
Oh fuck yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
I got a cousin. I got a cousin that's got like a manor out there. They've been asking for better defenses out there for years, and nobody's listened. I can absolutely arrange for that. Absolutely, man. We're bros now. You and I, we're bros.
And these things wouldn't have been solvable before all this. It's all the conflict. As much as it seems like it's kind of a futile thing for you guys to have gone through all this only to come down to a vote. If the vote was had without that contest, there would be war on whoever lost.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Virgil's kind of concerned about the literal factionalism that was created through this tournament. I think there's going to be a little very quiet war. Like part of what he's doing right now is to try to minimize that as much as possible. But like, there's certain people like Sir Loof who need to go. They just need to go. They just got to go.
Exactly. So
I'd like to see if I could get Sir Leaf to vote for me too. I'm still gonna kill him, but like that would be fun.
So Sir Hune,
Yep.
Basically,
Kingsman.
Yeah, they're fairly easy to persuade because Edrich was once a royal constable, right?
Right,
but
exactly.
They're really not loyalists. They're there for the memory of the king. So,
one could say they are leaning regal.
Yeah, right. There is Sir Hywel.
He looks so weird.
Yeah, he's a weird one.
The Fae got to him. We don't know how to get him back. Nor do we know what an ad blocker is.
It happens occasionally.
Damn, ad blockers. Hold on. 1 sec. I'm gonna try something. We're gonna fix this.
It's a capital H at the top of it.
There we go. Alright. So, no, I had them in the wrong fields. That was my bad.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So, this is the banneret of West Lavington. So he is the oldest guy, the oldest knight around now. He is, now that Elad's gone, now that Amig's gone, he's the dude, right? And his little secret was he was siding with whoever had the highest glory at the start of the battle. That was it. But he doesn't really care. His big concern is going to be similar to the other experienced ones, which is, are you sure Edric's a good idea? Isn't he going to just launch us into a war with the first group that slights him or his family? Like, that's the concern, right? So you have to kind of dip around that. And I wonder if Virgil really believes that Edric won't just leap at the first opportunity to enact vengeance upon anyone that slights him.
Well, that's what I'm for. I'm here to be his leash.
Yeah. Is that how you present it to him?
I think so.
Yeah. I think
it's the right level of like, Virgil's got a reputation for being unhinged, so like the larger fire set off next to the regular fire to put it out. I think that's kind of the vibe where he's like, look, I'm crazy, but like I'm not that kind of crazy. I'll control him and we'll do other stuff that we can both agree on.
He asks if Erwin can be appointed to Edric's advisor. Not in your place, but as a
just
level ahead.
Somebody up there.
It would have been probably, he says, it would have been Leo, but that won't be happening any longer.
I don't see why not. Logres is a county of many mines. It's important that we don't let these last few months flavor all of the rest of our history. The factionalism was a momentary lapse in judgment, but we are in this together, aren't we?
Okay. Right, so we're almost at the end. I know this one's elongated, but we drew ourselves a nice little section.
Mhm.
Newton Manor effectively has no pull in this, so we'll just move past them. We're gonna go to Studfold. That's Gandry. Do I even have Gandry on here? No, I didn't. Oh yeah, I do. Head of the Studfold faction. So he's fairly easy as well. He was sided with Florence and Jareth. With Newton Manor's fate and Florence out, he doesn't have as much skin in the game anymore. So he will fold. Effectively, he'll vote for any promises that little things that you offer him, he bites. So
we need important positions to be defending the force now, I guess. So
right. That leaves the two most complicated, or the two most interesting, we'll say. Milkfield and Rhodri, so Sir Loof, and the Knights of the Bourne, Erwin and Gareth.
Now, I will say, before we get to Loof in Milkfield, that Virgil has a very high honor, currently sitting at 17. However, as I have defined that honor in my own head while playing Virgil, Virgil will fight people on the grounds that they show they are willing to fight themselves. And Sir Loof has, in Virgil's mind, proven himself to be deceitful, dishonest, and treacherous. So Virgil, in my head, Virgil is cleared for fighting that same way towards Loof. So I will lie the shit out of this as long as I can get his vote. Anything that I tell him in Virgil's head is just completely, like, admissible. It doesn't matter. That's how I play it in my brain.
There is no honor for the honorless.
Exactly the vibe.
That's why we run down Saxons at nighttime.
I'll give you something because you're gonna get a crit out of this too. So you're left. Sir Loof is actually easier sell than needed at this point.
Of course he is.
Right?
Of course he is.
However, you're left with an understanding about what he's likely up to. You find out that he's been treating directly with Gentian, and they're treating directly with Clarence. He isn't so much as... Milkfield's an interesting territory. Technically, it sits right at the border of Salisbury and Gentian. And technically, both Salisbury and Gentian have claim to it, historically. Salisbury was successful at taking it back during the siege on Summerland, back with Madoc and Uther.
Allow me to make a note real fast.
Loof is fence sitting at the moment.
Very good to know. I gotta write down how to write his name because I've misspelled it every single time I put it down. I have it. I literally look at it at two different places on my sheet right now, and it's spelled differently in both places.
It's like Sir Doof, but with an L instead of the D.
Sir Doof.
Yeah.
Doof.
Your nephew.
Love my nephew. Yeah. Okay, that is very good information for Virgil specifically to have. I know exactly what I want to do with that. Thank you very much.
As for Erwin and Gareth, now, I'm not going to have Gareth on, and I think Erwin is coached into this conversation with you, but you know that he's coached in, so Gareth isn't present, but Gareth basically gave him the Cole's notes on what it is. For Erwin, he wishes to be an advisor, and you immediately know that they're working with West Lavington on this pitch. He wishes to be an advisor of the Marshal and to hold not any castle, but a specific castle.
Which one?
Till's Head.
Do I get any impression of why that one's so important to them?
It's a little questionable, but its positioning near West Lavington and its allies would suggest that there's something at play there.
It also looks like there's a really good pass right there on the map. Oh, how
It's
much
pretty
of the vote
far
do
away
they...
from the Bourne River too, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
So there's likely something to do with that.
How much of the vote will that carry? What will do these
The
guys
Bourne
carry?
are one of the bigger units.
One of the
They're
bigger
one of
factions?
yeah.
I don't like that. It's a really defensible position, and it would give them too strong a place to secede. I think Virgil will keep it under advisement, and then give it to Edrich with a big, like circled 3 times. Do not. But it will be Edric's decision. He'll have the information regardless. Like, if you want their vote, that's how you get it.
And that was just one of 2. They're also asking for Gareth to be the Castellan of Duplain.
Oh, man.
Doesn't Duplain already have a castellan?
No.
Where's Duplain? Oh, Duplain's all the way on the other side?
What happened to Sir Default?
That
Oh
one
no,
I'm
wait,
okay.
never mind.
No,
Yeah.
but default's different, yeah.
Gotcha.
Duplain is a castle. Fault is just a manor.
Yeah, one's
Gotcha.
plain and one is basic. There's difference.
Yes.
I'm more okay with that one. I don't have as much of an issue with that. But if they're a package deal kind of thing, then we might as well not give them either if we're not getting the vote. So, all right,
Okay.
that's I'm putting these in a little package, and I'm going to brief Edrich. I think Virgil's advice is to agree to basically every one of these terms except for anything that Sir Loof asked. Do not, and then do not give them Till's Head. Whatever you do, I mean, you can if you want their vote, but we've got a lot of other votes.
Yeah. If we've got pretty much everybody except Lavistock and the Bourne, we'll see what happens. But the Bourne can make their own promises too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I didn't do it
love
for you. I did it for Salisbury.
Yeah, you did it for Salisbury.
Also for you. I'm sorry that I left during that fight.
It's okay.
All right.
I'm gonna start making demands of your marshal. By the way, just to let you know, just so
it's
you're
all
prepared.
good.
Now we move into a feast.
Woo!
Out of curiosity, do I get an action? Or
Oh,
We
For,
represent
the
Rogers.
Rhodri?
No.
okay, never mind.
Yeah, yours will be incorporated in as part of what Gareth and Erwin are
Alright.
doing.
Cool.
Now, you were given promises by them should they be the victors. And that's going to come down to what is done in this 3-round feast. Because the vote will be held at Christmas. And that is where we begin.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
It's the cops.
You clapped, dirtbag.
Oh,
They're coming for us.
Sir Loof's a fictional character. I swear.
Oh, the cops, but for you.
Yeah.
But not for
Call an
me.
ambulance. But vote for me!
Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance.
All right, so we are at the feast. Do we want to be Rhodri or Florence for this, Mark?
Rhodri, Florence is not here.
Okay. Now, it wouldn't be the reason I was offering you that is visiting back home for Christmas specifically wouldn't be inappropriate.
It's true. But no, he'd be doing Christmas in Cornwall.
Okay.
Doing a wartime Christmas.
All right, then in that case, we
Beginning to
need
look
apples.
a lot like wartime. Is Sir Statirius there?
No, he will not be. Let me just.
That's very good for his health.
3.
Oh, Virgil, is your unsightly boil cured? Or is that next year?
It is.
Hell
Wait,
yes.
maybe. Let me double check.
Is it the next year or Christmas?
I think it's the next year. But I don't remember when I got it.
Would have been during the downtime, wouldn't it?
It was during last winter phase, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Probably
I'm
still around because it's there for the whole year.
Still ugly.
Oh, you've... I almost forgot you've done all this while just fucking fucked up.
He's having a rough year, dude. His wife died last year. The other stuff happened.
Boils.
I
Yeah.
got boils. Sir Loof was mean to me, and now I need to kill him.
I just imagine out of the darkness comes Virgil, like boils all over like one side of his face, like Harvey Dent, and goes, "Can I get your opinion on the election?"
Okay. Oh, there is a guest. That's right. Good thing I didn't forget. I would have been mad if I forgot.
Another guest?
There
You
is.
spoil us.
Guest.
Who is it? Eric? Is it AP?
Yeah, I wish, right? One sec. Yeah,
John
right?
Travolta? We've got John Travolta in the
No, it's
house.
actually John Cena.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I don't see him.
That's the point.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna.
John Cena's with all of us.
That's
Hold
the
on.
joke.
Don't need to
That's
do
the joke.
that. We'll cut over this way. Haha. All right, here we go. Here we go. Satirius is gone. Let me know if you guys see anyone else who shouldn't belong there. Jokes aside, too, please.
Yeah, of course.
So good.
It's an
I
easy pickings one.
Yeah, I think we're
Seems right.
fine.
No one dead. No one
mostly.
shouldn't be there. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
No. Geez, I guess it's just Edrich that can make this recognize roll. Make a recognize roll,
Oh.
Edrich. The other two can make a heraldry roll if you wish.
That's like our thing.
Just regular recognize. Let's do this. Failure.
Success.
Would I have had a +5?
Yes.
You can
Yes,
say no.
No,
Oh!
yeah. Yes, you would have actually had a +5. You'll understand why, too. So is that a yes? Is that Pat? Is that crit? Or what is that?
Yes, it's a crit if I have a +5.
Give me a sec. I gotta find the right one. I had a lot of campaigns at one point. I need to clean up my campaigns. There we go.
Oh, that reminds me. Virgil, I'm going to give you your glory for those crits.
Do I get glory for crits I paid for? I
You
guess
do,
so.
technically.
I just paid for a modifier.
Well, for one of them you get 0 because you have 0
You get
to
0,
bonus.
and for the other you get 4, so you get 25 total, I think.
Right on, man. Right on.
You get
I
glory
guess
bonus. What
there's
is
not
it?
a lot of glory in paying for a victory. Let's be honest.
Well, a little bit. Your name gets out there. That's it, right? You
I
become,
guess so.
like, it's kind of a thing. A little bit.
Did you hear that Virgil bought the entire election for Edrich? that impressive.
I've seen better.
Well, he paid me 75 librum, and then he just kind of glared at me, and then my blood started to boil within my sinuses, and I told him I'd do whatever he wanted. So,
Did you know that he bought the election? Yeah, he paid me.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is that coins jingling?
Pockets.
I don't know.
Pockets denarii.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Coins fall out of pockets.
Spaghetti falls all over the floor, but it's just like 30 pieces of silver.
Is it mom's spaghetti? No.
Mom spaghetti.
There was vomit on his sweater, but that's because he was a commoner.
I'm sorry, guys. Give me a sec. I'm doing that thing where like
It's
you want to get something perfect, but there's really no reason to, but you're doing it anyways because you're stubborn.
In there, buddy. Anyway,
Won't
you
do
guys
it.
should coincidentally you should watch our DC shows that are going on at Prairie Victories. I've put a
I
bunch of
mentioned Harvey Dent.
Yeah, you did. Dude, we're getting there. We're getting close. I'm
You should
really
upload
excited.
it over here too.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice.
There you go. Oh, you know what? I did all that work. No, whatever. I'll do it this way. You remember your escort, Edrich, when you were in Escavalon?
Oh yes, he stood by and watched while I solved a murder with my friends, and then
Indeed
got my
he
ass
did.
kicked in a duel.
Yep. Yeah, that's accurate. That is what happened. 100%.
Fire.
But
He's got such a sharp jawline.
He's so handsome. I wonder if he'd talk to someone like me.
Just give it a year.
we don't have Virgil's app rule.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I completely zoned out between all the thoughts of violence.
How long was I
I was in my
muted
happy
there?
place.
Was I quiet for a long time?
I'm in.
A little, yeah.
No. Oh, dude. No. I didn't notice.
Virgil succeeds at his Uggo roll.
All right. So you are all near the salt. No wild twist.
God damn. Even when you're Uggo, you're prettier than me.
All right.
Virgil is a pretty boy. What can I say?
Okay. So we're in round one. We're gonna start with Edrich, and Virgil, then Rhodri. Everyone. I guess I should grab all those Salisbury people that I had for the tourney. I'll drag them in too because you might want to talk to them. You know that the votes to happen some point during the feast, and I'm gonna get asked this, so I'll pull it up. Roast herring, cockentrice, and
It's
roast
the cockentries. Oh god. Quick, block Megan.
They'll do it again. I swear.
I think if I'm going first, I want to garner some geniality before I start to make moves. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is draw some cards, and then get myself in the flow of the feast, or embarrass myself horribly. And then I'll speak to people. So I'll draw some cards. Biggest mistake? Oh, never going to admit to that. Inflamed passions? All the time, baby. More food. Okay. I think. Ooh, none of these are particularly great.
Please
None of
challenge
these are
someone to a
particularly
duel.
great at all.
Please
Yes.
do. Please prove my character's points. That would be lovely.
Virgil staring at you from the other side of the room, like, buddy, I just dropped a lot of cash on you.
Okay.
He's like-
Okay, so here's the thing.
Oh,
My orate is 6. If I fail that, I'll be rolling proud. Now, my proud is only a 9, but there is a world where I fail that and then succeed on proud and then challenge someone to a duel.
This is
Inflamed
like
passions.
this is like
Yeah.
watching that sports player. The team takes the risks on the sports player that has a known drug addiction and fails a drug test.
Yes.
This is going to be
Exactly.
Yeah.
Prudent versus reckless. My prudent is 11, my reckless is 9. If my reckless wins, I'm challenged to a duel, but don't challenge someone to a duel, but I still get -1 geniality.
Huh?
I think it fits in this situation to go with biggest mistake. But a failure's gonna be pretty bad.
You know you want to.
Yeah,
You know you do.
I do. I absolutely do.
It would be such
Absolutely do.
delicious irony. But also, I understand if you don't at the same time. But it would
what
be
a,
so
what a
Yeah.
bad luck. You're like, you know what? The odds are this will work out. And you'll pull 3 cards that can literally make or break your campaign.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Tell you what. I'm going to roll prudent not because I'm picking inflamed passions, but because if I succeed on prudent, I'm going to pick more food.
Okay, that fits.
I like that.
It is kind of the coward's way out.
All right, the fate has decided.
Fate has decided. It's a choice between biggest mistake and inflamed passions.
Okay, I will say you're safe because it does specifically say that someone else challenges you to a duel.
If you choose
Right,
inflamed
yes.
passions.
Yes.
If I choose inflamed passions,
Correct.
which I actually am going to pick inflamed passions because I think the most of it, Edric's like, don't get engaged. Don't engage with these people. You are calm. You're a normal person. So I am now going to roll for inflamed passions, prudent versus reckless.
I wonder if the guys that are talking and like getting into
Fumble on prudent,
I
success on reckless.
wonder if the guys that are talking at the table are like just echoing the same shit that Jarren said, but it's not coming from
Yeah.
Jarren. You know, like
Exactly. So I leave it to you, Bob. Talk at your table becomes quite heated. Edric's very happy to leap down any throat, but on what part in particular is this? Is it like against Liege? Is it like against Edric in particular?
No, I think so. This is something. Inflamed passions is something that you don't necessarily have skin in the game on. You have an opinion, but you don't have direct skin in the game. Like it's not your game. It's not your business, but you're inserting your opinion anyways, right? Like
Yes.
and that's not necessarily. It's just reckless. It's not inappropriate. It's not uncouth. It's not anything like that. It's just why the hell would you stick your dick in the door? But you're doing it, like
Yeah.
And I think what this is gonna
People
be,
are wrong and they need to know.
Yeah. So there are a couple of hot topics here, right? There's the death of Dame Nia. There is, I think that's a really hot one right now. Like, what should happen to Leo? Was it on purpose? You know, how do we recover from that? And it's getting heated. That would be one thing that could happen. I think that might even be like the only
Yeah, that
real
could straight
hot
up be it.
topic. Yeah, I think that has to be it. That's the heated tension is what went down there. It's still fresh. There's people with opinions because it's Leo that's now removed and kind of like the one in breach of it, but had a flawless record before that. And then there's the death of Nia, which there are like hill farm people, like her opponent's probably one of the people going, you know what, Leo's misunderstanding. People die in war, and a tournament aims to mitigate that, but it doesn't stop it. Like what side does Edric's opinion insert himself on? Was this an accident, or was this was this an accident worth forgiving, or was this something that he absolutely, should not be forgiven for, and it was wrong and should never happen?
Leo is an adult, and he made a decision. An accident, perhaps, but he killed a Knight of Salisbury. He will face consequences, as would any, if they misstepped. Hell, people have done it for less. And I think with that flippant remark, he kind of turns back to his meal, not expecting people to go like, "What? Leo was a saint!"
Yeah, I think so this is going to be someone in defense of Leo then. There's only a few good people.
Or at least in defense that he shouldn't be killed for what he did.
Yeah. They should. I think it's beyond that, because this person wants to challenge Edrich to a duel.
Yeah. It might be
fair.
one of his friends. It might be one of the people who followed Leo because they were like, Edric's not great for this. Edric's a bad guy, and it's because of him that this all happened. So I'm gonna take it out at the source.
All right, roll me a d10, and if it's a 1 through 9, it's someone specific, and if it's a 10, it's a wild card.
6.
Sir Bar.
Excellent.
What a world! What a world!
I think what he does is he blame, at least in this moment, he blames Edrich. He says, "We would still be one piece if you didn't come in and take over. This was Leo's fight and his right, and you took it away from him for your own selfish need. You Saxon-loving piece of garbage. I will take you outside and show you what a fighter ought to look like."
Are you challenging me to a duel, Sir Bar?
I am.
Then let the record show that I was not the instigator. I will see you outside.
Okay. So, with the rights of anything like this, these things never happen during the feast for a number of reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
1, drinking.
Messes with
2,
pacing.
messes with the whole thing. So if you guys actually got into a brawl inside or took it outside, it would be the worst thing you could ever do. So it'll be like,
yeah, absolutely.
We'll meet on the morn, right?
Be ready, Sir Bar. We have spoken about this, and I hate to repeat myself.
And these things just keep there is nothing to help Salisbury at this point. It's just getting
No, it's all fucked.
It's fantastic.
all kinds of fun.
Anyway, that's -1 geniality from me, +1 for being above the salt, so that's 0.
I like how you're like, I'm gonna draw a card, get some geniality. Come out of it with 0 geniality.
Yeah, exactly. Oh god. The other one would have been worse. I want to just test what that would have been. That would have been orate.
Yeah, would have been alright. And
if
then
I
pride.
failed that, I'd have rolled proud. I wouldn't have challenged someone to a duel, but it still wouldn't have been amazing. Someone at the door.
Would have been really fucking funny, though.
That was wonderful.
Virgil's watching you
fun
leave
round.
the place with another knight after
he's not
hearing
leaving.
the argument.
No, they don't leave yet.
Okay.
He was challenged to a duel, and it
It'll
will
be
happen
tomorrow.
in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm fucking watching you, dude.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, and that's what I'll be saying to the cops.
We're concerned about the recklessness of Edrich.
Yeah.
I assure you, it'll all be fine. Another duel.
He's not
Yeah,
reckless
exactly.
at all.
It's
Yeah, he challenged another duel.
It reminds
you
me of
better kill Bar. I'm just saying, like, his time has fucking come. Like, you gotta be, people gotta be afraid of you. Like,
I've got to. It's like the.
As a counter argument,
I've got to increase. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't kill him because that'll fuel.
as a
the
counter
argument.
argument, yeah, let's kill one of our strongest knights. That'll go well for us.
Lady Ellen goes, Edrich, I'm concerned that you're killing everyone who was once part of my retinue. Edrich saying, I wouldn't if they stopped crossing me. I told them I'd kill them 5 years ago.
Okay, that is Edrich.
That's true.
That's my
He's
turn.
just making good on an old promise.
Yeah.
It's Virgil's go. Yeah.
it's Virgil's time to do Virgil things? Oh, I love it. Well, Virgil has worked very hard this last season, and he's gonna party, man. He's still upset about a lot of things, and he needs a new wife, but he's gonna draw some cards. I think that's the play.
Give me 1 sec, just because I had to switch screens. I realized Edric's token is wrong. I'm gonna fix it. It's not the updated one. Allow me to.
Oh, it's young Edric?
Yeah.
Actually, oh, he's missing. I'm like, where is he? He's missing. Oh, it's because you got rid of him.
He's bad.
I was
Do you want
too
me to-
excited and went
Do you
out
want me to,
into the
do you want me to draw
courtyard.
my cards while you're setting that up? I can read them
Go
out
ahead
loud.
and draw them. I was just letting you know, like the screen won't be able to see them. The viewers. Okay.
2 or 3. I'm at 4,000 glory, so I'm 3, right?
Yes, 3. 3 for 4,000.
Gentle woman. Oh,
Ooh.
gentle lady.
Ooh.
I'm sure a gentle woman would love my company. Old friends. An older knight was a friend of your father. Tells you some good stories. Ladies quarrel. 2 ladies are quarreling, and the situation is becoming awkward. Just versus arbitrary.
Another duel!
Another duel.
Yes.
If an arbitrary win, which it will be, you side with one lady. Roll 1d6. On a 6, an angry husband or a male friend of the other lady challenges you to a contest or a duel. Old friends, test love family, success. That sounds like my father. The knight asks to stay at your estate for a while and reminisce. Oh, if you accept the offer, love family tick, hospitality tick, +2 geniality. You must pay money for him to support him while he stays with you. If you decline, prudent. Or gentle woman, a lady takes a shine to you and helps spruce up some of your clothing. At the start of each round, you can keep this card or discard it. If you keep it, +2 geniality per round. Yeah, baby! You cannot draw cards while you keep this one. You know what? No, this works for me. I'm doing that. I'm okay with
My
this.
darling, you're covered in blood.
It's not mine. All right, I'm keeping the gentle woman. A nice lady is going to take a shine to me and help kind of mentor me throughout this feast.
Okay. Let's figure out who she is.
Huzzah!
Gentle lady means highborn, so we will roll on a random person.
Lilo. That's nice. I like the way that sounds. Merciful? No, well, we're not going to get along.
Lazy.
Lazy. Good.
Loyalty Lord.
Skills.
Ooh, first. Such a great skill to have.
It's a very talented one to have.
She always goes first.
She's she's also I think she's the one who keeps taking the first slot on the Twitch chat, right?
Yeah.
It's the reason why we're always in
she
such
keeps
competition.
Yeah, she keeps on typing first before any of us can. She does it on every YouTube video too.
He also wins initiative automatically, even in games without
Exactly.
We've got to kill Lady Lilo.
She's too powerful to keep alive.
Let's see, current setting. current setting doesn't mean Salisbury. Current setting means Sarum.
Sarum?
Oh, interesting. All right. Out of curiosity, does it tell you what her steward role is? Slash, is she married? I don't know.
She's
man.
not
That's
married.
weird.
That would be assumed in the.
Good. No reason. I ask for no reason. Cool. Well, delightful. Do you want to do a short RP, or do you want to just move on? Because I'm good either way.
I think what we'll do is we'll RP her through the rest of the, because she helps you out, right? So we'll RP her
Yeah,
through that.
she's going to be basically my other turns because I can't draw cards, or I can still take actions, but I can't draw cards. So.
Right, you can still take, and she helps you with those actions, right? So it'll be like the two of you interacting. Maybe we'll kind of play on that. And then the other thing I can do is this, and then we'll see if she rolls a 20. Appearance 13.
All right.
Yep.
It's all right. She's highborn. That's
Yep.
good enough.
Highborn, she's very friendly. Like in a charming kind of way.
Yeah,
a very
yeah.
not Virgil kind of way.
You're saying she got a great personality. She's very rich and she got a great personality. I'm into it.
I mean, you can just give me a flat intrigue test if you'd like. What was that card worth? Was it worth 2?
2 geniality.
2.
3 total?
Yeah, and I don't get to count that geniality, do I?
Not for
this.
I thought so. That's a fumble,
you.
sir.
Oh God.
Okay. I have no idea who she is.
Oh, that's even better.
All right, it's Rhodri's turn.
Alright. I think Rhodri's gonna follow the pack and he's gonna draw some cards. He can draw 2 cards.
I hate that card.
Queasy and Holy Blessing.
Ooh.
Your family's very pious.
Yeah, I
aren't they?
don't think I'm gonna take Queasy. Yeah, they're pretty pious.
Your family's
Queasy's
very
not
pious.
great.
I know that Florence won't shut up about the Lord, so maybe I thought you would also be into that.
He hasn't talked a lot about the Lord recently.
Yeah. I will take higher Holy Blessing, sorry. And I just get to keep this card. You may discard this card before making any roll or test during the feast. If you do so, you do not roll but succeed automatically. Cannot draw cards while you keep this one.
Makes sense. That's like a great, like, I'm going to intrigue for the rest of the plot, but I'm starting out with this card kind of card.
Exactly, yeah.
The other thing I want to note is, I've heard people say, like, what's the point of Queasy? The point of Queasy is when you start the game, you have 1 card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's gonna choose that card, but when you're a new knight and you get stuck with that card, it's a well, we've seen that with Edrich, I think, right?
I
It's
think
not
so, yeah.
fun, and it's super like it produces some anxiety and sweat as you're like, I don't want to miss the feast.
Oh no.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't want to miss the feast, but my con is horrible. Oh yeah. I guess that's my turn. Rhodri is enveloped in an aura of holy blessing.
All right, we are.
I don't like the look of that.
We're on to round 2.
I think after getting challenged to a duel loudly, I think Edric's going to lean over to Oslaf and go, I'm going to try and do some damage control. I will be back shortly. And Edric would like to speak to someone.
Okay.
Namely, in this case, Sir Erwin, if he can get him alone.
How alone we talking?
Oh, less alone than Edrich would like.
I think Arwen's available. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He is at the high table right now.
Not too much of an obstacle to Edrich. I think Edrich will approach doing the patented the Winterbourne swoop, offering his condolences to Lady Lila as he passes. But he will approach Sir Erwin.
This interaction produces a lot of eyes. Like, it's very public. Seeing these two together, right? It's like the night before a boxing match, and you've got the two people that are boxing, talking to each other, or the night before the vote is released, and you got the two potential presidents, presidential candidates about having a conversation.
Indeed. Yeah. Edrich is aware of the public nature, but that's fine, and in fact suits him quite well. Not only does he not want to be seen as, bloodthirsty murderer, he really does want to get Sir Erwin's measure.
Okay.
And as he approaches, he will say, Sir Erwin, I hope you're enjoying the feast.
I am. The Perin was delicious.
Quite so.
It was some of the best I've ever had.
Indeed. I am always pleased by the chefs here at Salisbury. But I want to speak with you about certain matters. Namely that of the... Is the saying elephant in the room common in this time? Namely
No.
that of the obvious.
What's an elephant?
What's an elephant? You mean the things that Hannibal rode? Namely that of the obvious. I have spoken to a number of people about what you would bring to the table, and indeed they speak very glowingly. But it occurs to me that, well, we were raised at different times. I never got a chance to see the review. I wanted to speak. And I have been very, very busy in the past weeks.
Are you sure it's wise for us to talk, considering the vote that's about to take place?
I am aware of the circumstances, but as with all things political, I want to show, as indeed I hope there is not, that there is no bad blood between us, that we are two Knights of Logres, Knights of Salisbury, each doing the best they can for a homeland they love. We aren't enemies. I've never seen us as that. Opponents, perhaps, but despite the unhappy circumstances of the tourney, it was a good challenge, and you were a worthy opponent.
You're renowned for your sword. You're renowned for a number of things. You've been good for Salisbury.
And you as well. The way I see it, no matter who wins the vote, Salisbury will continue. We will each do our best to ensure that Salisbury does not tear it apart from the inside and is not struck from the outside. But I wondered what... Perhaps I might have spoken to Sir Gareth about this more directly, but I wondered what networks you had for information gathering. The skullduggery part of keeping this place safe. Ensuring that honor is upheld as best it can. Where it fails, with poison, with blade in the dark, how you how you would deal with matters like that when it is inevitably turned against us, like it has so many times.
Gareth is the one skilled with such things, and he's my best friend. I trust him to be able to direct me in that area. When it comes to matters of honor and military, I had the opportunity to work and train and get to know Sir Amig quite closely. He was a mentor of mine.
I have fond memories of him.
It's for
I
that
feel
reason
things truly.
that I wish to hold Till's head. Since Amig has no seat of his own, no heir of his own.
Ah, you understood the tenor of my thrusts. Tilshead is... It has a history. Amig only got it after, well, one of the wars with Summerland, correct? Awarded to him. And indeed, it had a number of good silver deposits, if memory serves.
Till's head was built after the trouble in the forest. I think I remember you there. We parted ways in two groups. Some of us under Jareth, others under Brinley.
Wait, was that
Strange.
Edrich or Goratrix?
This is him forgetting. This is him not knowing.
Got you.
Yep.
I heard stories of that from my cousin, Goratrix. May he rest in peace.
And these guys
Nightmares
were
in
these
the
guys were
dark.
squires at that time too.
Yeah. Nightmares in the dark, he said.
I was young then. What I saw there was a very rude awakening.
That this world has many dark corners, within them things that all we have learned goes, well, quite out the window. The way I see it is this. Salisbury, for all I love it, is one part of a larger whole, that of Logres, that of Britain. And even beyond then, well, you were a squire and a recent knight in the times when Merlin would serve with the Pendragon, when magic would work its will upon the world, as indeed it does so now with the encroaching of the forest. There are facets to this world, like a particularly cut gem. Where do you stand on those? Do you fear them as I do? Or do you see opportunity?
Fear them?
The forests grow on their own accord. Armies of, some say brigands, others say monsters lurk.
There's something to understand.
A magician. Indeed.
I wouldn't use the word fear. We have much more pressing matters than a growing forest. We have a Logres without a king. We have a Logres without Merlin.
From what I'm given to understand, those two things are connected. I still am, I suppose, a knight of the sword. But the sword has
I'll give
since
you
been lost.
4 more minutes, just real quick. This can't go too long.
Of
here.
course,
We're wondering.
it's all good. I am a knight of the sword. Since then, the sword has been lost. And Uther, well, his legacy is now far smaller than it would have been otherwise. But there are things that I have yet. I can do that better as marshal than I could otherwise. But
You would use the martial
should you
position
win,
then for your effort and your desires, and not
not
for
mine
Salisbury.
alone, for a greater good. Salisbury is that good. Like I said, there is more to this world. But Salisbury is my home. It has that which I love. It has a history and a place where I grew up. But I would do the best that I could with the position. Should you win, I imagine you will do very well. Should I win, there will still be a place for you. You are a historied and storied, and you would do very well as an advisor.
He nods. Might I offer a word of advice, regardless of whether you win or not?
Of course.
If you are to be successful, or you're not to be, you must find focus. I heard a lot of things you just said there, and none of them are directly connected. And much of it is too great for one person to succeed. You will not be able to do all of those things. You will have to compromise. And if you don't have a focus, you'll compromise on the wrong thing.
Very wise words. When it has just been myself, well, all I needed to sacrifice was sleep. But you are correct.
But you run... As Marshal, you run much more than a manor. And there's no staying up all night to succeed. As Gareth does.
Indeed.
You remind me a lot of him, really.
Well, thank you. From what little I know of him, I respect the man quite a lot.
And I think with that,
Thank
it's
you.
like it's interrupted a little short, like someone comes by.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to wrap it up, but yes, excellent. Thank you very much.
Sometimes it's better not to have a clean anything.
Yeah.
What was your stake there? Courtesy? Is that what we're going for?
It was mostly kind of like getting a grip on who he is. Courtesy would work. Intrigue is far better.
I don't think there's
rolling
any
purposes.
secrets to be found there, short of what you got.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go
Let's do
with
courtesy then. Come on. Bare failure.
You do get one glory. One geniality.
Yep.
That is correct.
You bet.
Thank you.
That brings
kindly.
us to Virgil, round 2.
Virgil's time for Virgil things.
Virgil's
okay.
time for Virgil things.
Now my options are limited as I am crap at everything that you do at a feast.
Your intrigue's slightly better, right?
It's better than it was by 1 point. I now have a 4 instead of a yeah, it's a 4 now instead of a 3. But plus my geniality, that's not nothing to sneeze at. I wonder, can I? I think maybe yeah, you know what? Let's intrigue something.
Do you want a minute? Do you want me to go to Rhodri first?
No, I got this. Sir Kenrick, he was acting real shady in general lately.
Okay.
Is he dead? No, this is a different
He's
guy.
alive.
Yeah, it was a different guy. I'm gonna see how he's feeling about, after my campaign, if he's feeling a little bit more influenced by propaganda. That's what I'm gonna attempt.
Okay. All right.
That is a success.
Nice.
And is that
God,
normally?
Virgil's so good.
Do you have it ticked? You do.
I do have it ticked, yeah.
You're going to get so much geniality this round.
This
Yeah,
guy, right? That's who
man.
you want to talk to?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll keep it pretty quick because I just have a couple of things. But I think Virgil will kind of just confidently stroll up to his table and kind of put a hand on it and goes, Sir Kenrick.
Ah, Sir Virgil.
I wanted to see how you've been doing. I know things have been complicated here, and you're very well liked among this court.
It's the smile.
Indeed. And Virgil smiles too with like boils all over his face, you know? And he goes, admittedly, I've had somewhat of a trying year, so I haven't had the patience I'm usually famous for. But I just wanted to know that I appreciate hearing that your family was out to support us in the coming election.
He nods. He looks over at Edrich and Erwin talking. And then he looks back to you. And he says, you know it's all the dueling that hinders him in the first place, right?
Of course it's the dueling. Edrich, for better and for worse, loves his wife very much. And he has one surefire way to challenge people and be fairly confident of success, and that's with his blade. I'm a violent man myself, I have no illusions about that. But I'll be staying very close to Edrich, and I'll make sure that that stops. He'll have other ways of solving problems.
He nods. I look forward to the vote.
As do we all. Salisbury needs strong leadership right now, especially with so many flags on the horizon. Don't worry, Sir Kenrick, your sword will get wet sooner rather than later, I imagine.
He smiles. You notice your intrigue success. You notice an exchange where he, as you leave, he kind of glances over at Gareth, and Gareth gives him like a nod, a smile.
Yeah. How's my lady Lilo?
Yeah.
How's my
so
lady
Milo.
Did we use that appropriately this go?
Yeah, it doesn't provide a bonus. It just
It's
No,
just
it just
a
gets
keeper.
to geniality. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And
So for this round, you gain 4.
I have narrative RP. I like my narrative suggestion was
Yeah.
that what she's doing and why she's latching on to me is she's
Yeah.
kind of mentoring me.
She says, he's right, you know.
About Edrich?
Well, yes, kind of. This duel here is poorly timed.
Indeed. I never considered myself the kind of person who would have to be having these kinds of conversations, but considering Edrich has burned a lot of bridges recently, perhaps I'll talk to Sir Bar. Or I'll fight him in Edric's place. It's the look of it, right?
Fair. I should warn you that there's no dulling a mace.
No, indeed there is not. But I don't get many opportunities to fight knights. They fight different than Saxons. There's an art to it. Knowing how to change your style while keeping it unfamiliar to your enemy. I like it. You know, in theory.
She smiles in turn. I think with that, you kind of left the impression like she seems very comfortable in Sarum as she navigates around. You're like, how do I not know who this is?
Yeah, she like
Yeah.
knows her bar uses a mace.
Yeah.
Like typically soldiers would know that, but she would probably have to know him in order to really like. He doesn't
Yeah,
carry
it's
it
not-
inside the courtrooms.
It sounded really familiar. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. All right.
All right. We will. So that gets you 3 more, right?
Four more.
4 more.
4 more.
Because I got a success on my intrigue action, and then she also gives me 2.
Right,
And then 1 from above the salt. Yeah,
Yarp yarp, or near the salt.
near the salt.
Whoo! Look at all that money.
Indeed.
It's not
Yes,
a
I have the
normal
largest
Virgil.
hat.
Yeah. That's what we should do. Grow it as a hat. Fill in like a dotted line.
Dude, something weird is going on with Virgil, guys.
I know. He's changing it. It's interesting.
All right, that does bring us to Rhodri.
Alright, speaking of which, Rhodri is going to talk to Sir Virgil.
Shit, fuck. He dives under a table.
Yeah. Like as you're
You
turning
can't
around from the
escape him. He's
conversation,
imbued with a
you
holy-
turn
yeah,
to
he's
face
imbued with a
Rhodri.
holy aura.
Yeah. I will find you. Sir Rhodri. No, Sir Virgil. Forget what I
Yes.
said.
Sir Rhodri, I wonder if you've leveled your head a little bit.
Perhaps. I'm curious. Do you consider yourself a proud man? That's not his voice. Well, do you?
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Let me double check. Yeah. He goes, I'd say so. We're knights, we're nobility. We carry a certain weight to it, and I have the skills to back it up. Yes.
I see. Personally, I find pride to be quite blinding. It can distract us from greater pictures. Though perhaps that's just my upbringing. Modesty is itself a core value of the faith, the Roman Christian.
I have not known modesty to flow in your family, that is for sure.
Perhaps among some of us. But they are outliers, I dare say.
Did you have a point, Sir Rhodri?
I just came here to conversate. It's a feast, is it not? A time for us to speak and speak our mind. All in good fun, of course.
Types like you never just do anything. I'm learning that now.
Types.
You have something you wish to know or something you wish to ask, be forward with it. It'll be more effective on me.
I see. Well, I did hear you've recently been campaigning for Sir Edrich.
Aye. So it would seem.
I wonder if this has anything to do with, that you were missing during part of the combat, if I remember correctly. I don't believe I saw you on the second day.
Indeed. Sir Leaf would probably tell you. I had a lapse in judgment. It took me a few days to return.
I see. Was that too because of pride? Or did you just get lost?
I think that we as knights have many pressures, Sir Rhodri. And me especially, I've always had this buzzing in the back of my mind, right at the base of my skull. Ever since I was a boy, and I, for the longest time, thought that there was something wrong with me. But when I was knighted and I faced combat, when I killed my first raider, I suddenly realized what I was meant to be. And for a time, that buzzing left me. And it leaves me again whenever I feel like I'm on the right path. It's how I've structured my compass, helped me find my way home. But there are those, and he does a really quick glance to Sir Leaf, and he goes, there are those who forget their honor, forget their duty as knights, who play games with their words. Those kinds of people, they stress me. And it's very difficult for me to remove that buzzing when they're around.
Is that so? You seem to be quite fine when around Edrich.
I share Edric's vision. And despite all of his capabilities in areas I am deficient, he does say what he means.
Do you share his pride?
I think it takes a great deal of humility to admit that you can't win, and that it's not the best choice for Logres to fight for it. It takes.
And it seems you may have picked the wrong side. Good day, Sir Virgil. He walks off with the last word.
And I think Virgil sits there for a second, like, wait, can he do that? Can he just leave?
Can he do that? Is that? Can I
Is
do
that
that?
allowed? Can he just say something and then walk away? And I can't say something back? I'm gonna have to process this. I don't know what's going on, but the buzzing's back.
Is there a vengeful test here?
I don't know. Possibly, yeah.
I will say his whole goal is to get a rise out of you.
It's working.
Yeah. So I don't.
Hey!
Success on both.
Yeah, it means it's probably minimal. Like, I wasn't saying you have to test. I wasn't instigating.
No, I think it's fun. I think it's fun to test. Yeah, I would say there's definitely a grudge, but it's not a. Well, I obviously need to pay him back in turn.
You have to leap into a fight right now.
Virgil already thought this guy sucks. Now this guy definitely sucks.
Okay.
Oh god, I can't believe Virgil's like, oh god, I can't believe I miss his brother.
Rhodri is very different to his brother. Very different people.
Very good, very good.
Okay.
Bob, do you want to make a roll for it?
Roll for what? What?
For what?
Just a roll for the action.
You automatically succeed on any roll.
I think I have to expand it, don't I? Expend it.
Yeah, you have to expand.
Oh, yeah, you have to choose.
Oh yes, you have to discard it.
I don't
and then
extend it.
Got you.
I keep it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you pick, you're gonna win. I'm not good at. I got a lot of geniality though. Let's do a social. Let's do a social thing. Do you want to do? I guess intrigue's probably the best bet. Yeah.
This one is.
It would be intrigue.
Yeah.
His whole thing was trying to get under your skin.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you succeeded, my friend, but I'm not sure if that's good for you.
We'll see, won't we? That's a fumble.
Oh my god.
Nah. I somehow fumbled.
Yeah, so you I think the condition is you get under his skin, but it's not what you want.
Not in the way I intended, yeah.
Yeah.
He's not doubting his
produce
confidence.
arouse, right?
He just thinks you suck.
Yeah.
And I think
That
on
fits.
top of this, it's just to play off the card too. It's probably Lilo going. That was a provocation. He wants
Was
you
it
to challenge
now?
him to a duel. Or to
Oh,
make a scene. The same way Edrich got into one already.
interesting. That would have been very smart of him. Was that what he was doing? I just thought he was probing me for weaknesses. I'm not very good at this.
No. She smiles and pats you on the shoulder.
I think he says one more thing and he goes, he'd have to push me a lot further to get me to break like that. I have a limit, but mean words is not it. Unkind words are not it. He's mean.
He's being mean to me, guys.
Mean to me. That's on a fumble. It's just. Is he just being rude? Is that what's happening?
I don't. Is he trying to flirt with me? I don't.
Are you coming on to me?
Are you coming on to me? What the?
I won't
Man.
stand for any of these backdoor shenanigans. Sure, I'm flattered. People have been interested.
Brilliant.
One sec here. Before we go into round 3, I just gotta check and see what this is. I need Salisbury in front of me to determine. Alright. We're about to build someone into existence right now. Going to roll right now. I can't use that.
Cadwagon.
I have too many of them.
Yeah.
Cadwagon.
So
Brood.
So brood. Why you gotta be so brood? So Sir Brood, yeah, I'll make it Sir Brood. I'm like, that was a golden opportunity to use a lady. Yeah, we'll make it. We're gonna make it a lady. Lady Ines. So as Virgil's walking away, Lady Ines, this lady, let's see if she has distinguishing features. She's not abnormally beautiful, but she presents herself well. She walks kind of beside Virgil and Lilo, and she says, Sir Virgil, Lady Lilo, you might know my father, Brood, of Newton Tony.
Do I know that guy?
Absolutely do not know him.
Who the fuck is Brood?
But you recognize Newton Tony as one of the manors of Bourne. You remember trading the Bourne River. They're a neighbor of Edmiston, neighbor of Shoulderton, neighbor of Winterbourne, Gunnick.
Interesting. Okay. Virgil kind of tilts his head and goes, of course. How can we help you this evening? And I think there it might be a little bit of a faux pas that he's like, yeah, Lilo and I are together, you know? But he's just not even thinking about it. Like, yes, this person who is in my company, of course. Mm-hmm. We have been hanging out all evening. We are bros.
So she says, I'm here on behalf of Sir Gareth. If you wish for the Marshal to be Sir Edrich, Erwin must hear that what they've asked for has been agreed to by Edrich on his word.
I see. I'll make sure he hears from Edrich by the end of the night.
Before the vote, then, she smiles. And she says, Lady Lilo? And Lilo nods in turn. She says, I just wanted to say that your father was a good man. And then she walks away.
Virgil turns to Lilo and goes, your father passed recently?
Not too recent, but I haven't seen her in some time. Perhaps you remember Sir Lycus.
Yeah, probably, right? Lycus was a badass, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, he was one of the household knights of... He was there with Leo and Bar, right?
Yeah. I see. When did he pass? Did he die during the
He died
Saxon
during
invasion?
the ambush back from Malahut.
That's right. Oh, I remember that. Oh, bummer.
Wait, hold on. Let me pause that. I think he died
Yeah.
there. I get him and Mig mixed up. One of them died during the one where Edrich killed Eosa, and the other one died.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Lycus died first, and I'm pretty sure he died up in... Yeah, he died because the Earl grieved that one pretty hard when Lycus died. Yeah. So it was that one.
Yerp.
So
Okay,
it was on the
cool,
way
cool.
back from Malahut when y'all got ambushed. And I think we'd said maybe that you were there, even if you weren't. You fought
I think
under
Virgil.
him,
Yeah,
fought with him.
I think Virgil was there. Yeah, hang on. Oh, I can double check actually. Sorry, give me 1 second. I have it written down. That would have been ambushed by Eosa, 495. Yeah, I was in that battle.
Yeah, it wasn't that one though. He died
Oh.
before that. Yeah, he died up in Malahut on the way back.
I see. Well, I was on that trip at least. Yeah.
Yeah, and he fought in like every battle that you would have fought in as Virgil. So
Virgil kind of like tilts his head back and goes, well, that makes sense, I suppose. You have his spirit.
do I? He was all serious. I don't know about that.
No, but you have his courage. There aren't many women who would spend their evening with me, especially not with my current
boils?
complexion. Aye. Believe it or not, it's my personality that puts them off more often. My first wife and I, we weren't close.
Perhaps that was her fault.
No. She was complicated as many of us are. But I have no illusions about how difficult I am to get along with. We were amicable, but I could never say that we were in love. Perin arranged for our marriage, and we were both dutiful in that. I have no regrets about that time, but there is a part of me that wishes that there is a there's a dog in this room.
Dogs in the squires, you walk by them. Low the soul.
There's a part of me that wishes that she could have had a better life and a better death.
I think we wish that for everyone we care about. Especially those that died tragically.
Perhaps. Let's go find Edrich, shall we? I feel like I need to fix him.
All right, and that brings us to round 3, Edrich. And just to note, guys, we are going a bit longer, so let's see if we, because remember we still got the vote. So let's see if we can keep this to good 5 minutes per person.
Also, Virgil gets that information to you.
Yes, I think, yeah, with that information being given, Edrich would like to roll something. He'd like to roll, and this is going to be a bit of an odd one. He would like to roll either stewardship or battle, to kind of go over in his head what's the worst case scenario of Sir Owen getting those specific castles. He wants Duplain and he wants to Tilsbury, right?
And the advisor.
And the advisor.
And if you guys want to play this out, sorry, I didn't mean to cut off Virgil and Edrich, or like, because if it's a chance for 2 people to role play, you can have a.
I think it's okay.
Okay.
I mean, Virgil's just gonna.
I think it's fine.
Virgil's just gonna be like, "Hey, you have to make your decision tonight. It's your decision to make. I've given you my assessment, which remains unchanged. Don't do it. But
Absolutely.
I won't be mad at you if you do it. Also, stop dueling."
I want it on record, and it was on record that he challenged me. Anyway, but yes. So basically, I kind of want to do like a big picture. Edrich's not eating his food. He's got his hands steepled. He's like thinking, tilting his head. If they have Tilsbury, they have access to the silver mines. Basically, what's the worst case scenario? Say the Borg Confederacy goes rogue. What do they have it for? Is it just because Sir Amig was close with Sir Erwin? Was he telling the truth there? Or is there strategic value to those specific places?
This is you mulling it through? Is that the idea?
Yes, precisely.
Strategic thinking more in battle terms or more in geopolitical terms?
Geopolitical.
Okay. That will be an intrigue then. Actually, hold on.
Ooh.
Yeah, it'll be an intrigue.
All right. Success on intrigue.
Okay. There's absolutely any of the castles in Salisbury are absolutely set up for strategic purposing. They would absolutely be able to hold key strategic points in Salisbury. The castlans of those places would have that power anyways. So it's a question of is giving the Bourne as a faction those areas a problem. Because you succeeded at an intrigue, I'm going to give you an trusting +5 because of the intrigue.
Oh. Success on trusting.
Okay. You would have succeeded anyways. So the +5 is just because you were trying to assess Erwin before.
Yeah.
You get the impression he's not lying. I think what you don't know is what the purpose of Tilshead's a recently built area. Why was it built?
If memory serves, it was because of silver deposits in the area, right? Or was that Elad's place?
Silver deposits why you sieged Summerland. So I thought that's what you're going on.
Maybe we should do that again.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. And we got to take care of these magic things. I think not knowing is anathema to Edrich. But he really does think he could do a good job as marshal. Giving him those areas, that in the northwest, would make things difficult if the Bourne were to revolt. Giving them access to the east is totally fine, because if the Saxons come, then they're going to go there first. I think mulling it over after a solid 5 minutes in character of Edrich just staring at the cockatrice like it owes him money. I think he folds his hands back and he meets the eyes of Sir Gareth and Sir Owen and gives them a nod.
Okay. So, because you succeeded the intrigue and we did blow over the interaction, they needed to hear by your word that.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Erwin needed to hear it by your word that those things were.
Gotcha. In that case, yes, Edrich will swoop over to Sir Owen. Because a victory.
Yeah.
Yep.
He looks a bit surprised to see you because it's so towards the end of the night, right? He's like, we meet this way again, it seems.
Quite so. In this, well, there is another matter. I was given to understand that those requirements that you wished, they were, well, contingent on you casting your vote for me. It speaks very well of you to put that on the table.
He nods. If
I
we're
might
to succeed in uniting Salisbury, we have to show them that mediation can be found.
Indeed. I might not know precisely why you want those areas, but, well, I trust you. Edrich lies. And I feel, in regards to your service to the realm, least I could do. You have my words that Tilsbury and Duplain will be yours. And I was going to name you my advisor anyway. I just didn't want to mention it in the meeting.
Sorry, and I keep using the wrong term, and I'm wondering if that's creating issues. I keep saying Tilsbury. Let me go to the map here.
Oh, Till's Head, right?
Till's Head, yeah.
Till's Head, got you.
I just wanted to make sure there's probably a Tilsbury too, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't giving you like the wrong impression. No, it's Till's Head. Okay, I don't see a Tilsbury. It's possible, you know how these games.
I might just make it up. It might just be a ghost in my mind. But yes, Edrich will say, "You have my word."
Okay.
And then that's him.
All right. So I will ask you outright, are you being honest or deceitful?
He's being very honest that he's going to give them that. He's being deceitful in that he says, "I trust you. I think you'll use them for good purposes."
I already tested that. He failed with that one anyway. So, right, he'll that was the intrigue roll anyways. He nods. Okay. So that is Edric's turn. You will get
2 geniality.
2 geniality for that one. It's a low round for Edrich.
Oh, yeah, well, the first he got 0. Virgil's swimming in it. Virgil's doing amazing.
Dude, I legit just took a screenshot of the 7 geniality versus 1 and 1 on you guys, and I captured it. What the fuck is happening?
And back to Virgil.
Virgil's turn. Fuck, bro. I don't know. Let's I got a lot of geniality. What can I do with orate? Is there anything I can do with orate?
You can give a speech.
I don't need to though.
A toast. Or you can. Yeah, you absolutely don't need to do anything. You're doing that.
Yeah. What can I do with horsemanship?
Absolutely not.
Ride the cockatrice.
I know what I want to do. I'm gonna flirt with my lady here.
Okay.
I'm gonna use all the geniality
Very
she gave me and
nice.
flirt with her.
Okay.
All right.
Call
What
the
if I
cops,
got
but not for
7?
me. Here we go.
Yeah, I've got 7. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Hey!
And you did
Incredible.
need it the one time you wouldn't have
Yeah.
needed it. Right?
I actually have
flirting.
an 11 in flirting. I am actually not bad at flirting. I'm better at flirting than I am at courtesy.
Do you have a tick?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
I do not have a ticked, but I have an 11 in it, so
And
it's
you
not
get
super low.
3 more now, right?
Yeah.
More genealogy.
Geniality.
Mm-hmm.
No, do I get 2 for the action and then 2 more for having her?
Yes, you would.
Yeah, so I'm getting 4. Jesus Christ.
One for the action, 1 for near the assault, and then 2 for having her, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. I swear I'll remember that eventually. That's ridiculous. she wrapped
Yeah.
me in the dough. That works. So the question is, and I tried to look this up the other day, and I struggled. I really want to get the
Hi, Harley.
master to convey. So the question with you is: this the innocent kind of flirting, or is this the let's go do something later kind
There's
of
it?
flirting?
There's intent, but it's not. Well, actually, let me double check.
Chase versus lustful, maybe?
Yeah.
Lustful versus chase roll.
It's been so long since we've done one of those.
Oh.
Okay, failure on both.
Yeah, he's not a super lustful guy,
Yeah,
and in my head, this is like he's establishing grounds for. Can you not? He's establishing grounds for. Can I see you again? You know, is
Yeah.
the vibe.
And I think that goes over well, which will net you. I'm going to give you an immediate follow-up test. Because you succeeded at that. These
Don't
tests.
talk to me. Whoa! Whoa!
No.
Sorry.
Stop walking
Jeez,
Really
board
up to Harley.
the
I haven't-
dogs
I haven't
and squires
played-
on the floor. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played with her enough.
All right. Test romance +5. Plus your genealogy.
Hell yeah,
actually.
brother. Hell yeah, brother.
Oh yes.
Oh,
So
yeah.
still a +7 at this point.
Mhm.
Yeah. Plus another 5. That's gonna be plus 12.
Mhm.
Yep.
Hell
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
brother.
Woo!
Okay. And then I think there's a question of. No, you failed, Chase. Okay. There's a building like curiosity. There's a mixture of like I think you're both smitten in different ways, but you're gonna
Yeah.
end up. So she'll have an amour for you, which you won't know how much, and then you're gonna have an amour for her. So
Ooh.
give me a 3d6 roll. Let's see what your amour is. It might be like pathetically low, which would be funny. Yeah.
Nope.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
No, it's high.
Down bad.
Down bad.
Look, here's the thing. Virgil burns very hot in any way whatsoever.
He's a passionate man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't feel this way about his last wife. It's like his last wife. He was like, "Yeah, we live together, I guess."
I think AP nailed it perfectly when he's like, "What is he, a scene kid?" Like, I think.
I don't know who the fuck you are, but I clock you instantly.
That's a passion, yeah.
There is.
Mhm.
Shit, bro. I have exactly 2 famous passions now, and it's honor at 17 and Amor Lilo. It did not start out that way.
That's great.
I wanna say this. My love Oslav is 17 currently, so like
It's like a good luck charm too. Look at all that.
Down historical.
Aw, damn.
Later,
This will
Virgil's
go
like-
down in history for Virgil.
Virgil's like, when I met her, she gave me a bunch of glory. Now I get nothing. Rhodri, it is your turn for the final action.
Has Rhodri been basically signaled that an agreement has been made between the two. That the Born has achieved their goal.
What would be your intention if it is?
If it is, if he's notified, he's going to attempt to do a small bit of good favor, and he's going to attempt to convince Sir Bar to step down from the fight.
Oh.
To concede and not let the duel go through.
Okay. Okay, let's I think that it's going to be a high stakes, but I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the thing that's in question here is that was like a burning passion. So I'm going to test something for him. I think he's currently impassioned with like the equivalent of like your
Love Sir Leo.
Yeah.
Yeah, love us three guys.
Yeah.
Loyalty, Sir Leo, yeah.
Oh,
it might be
yes.
love, I don't know.
The 5 guys of Sarum. I've been there before.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not gonna. I don't think this would be interesting. I think you gotta appeal to him, so it's probably more of a courtesy. Like, you know what I mean? You have to like get appeal to him as a person, right?
All right, I use my holy blessing to automatically succeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So that's 2, right?
I have it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Might as well.
How do you approach it?
I think to kind of narrowify it, because we're running low on time.
Yeah.
He's very much he approaches Sabar in the way that he understands that he does this out of loyalty and respect for Sir Leo. However, now is not the time for it. He must he must swallow his pride for the sake of not just Sir Leo, but the future of Salisbury. That doing this will only harm Sir Leo's future and Sir Leo's position in the eyes of Sir Edrich.
Okay.
And possibly the future Marshal.
All right.
Appeals to his sense of reason.
Well, I'd like to play a lot of these characters and get them more on screen. I think Lady Ellen will, just to narrate, because we are going very late.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Ellen will welcome everyone. She gives a brief words of remorse for the lives lost of Dame Nia and Sir Jareth. And she says that things went about as poorly as they could have. Basically, but let's not let their blood be for nothing. And with that, she calls for the vote, and they bring out a small... It's very nice. They're like adorned, almost like handkerchiefs, with each of the coat of arms. Coat of arms of Erwin, the coat of arms of Winterbourne, Stoke. And they give even Erwin and Edrich one of these, right? Lady Ellen looks to Edrich and Erwin and says, "We have 2 options. We may call for everyone to raise one and drop the other all at once. If everyone can please stand." Like people start to stand. She says, and our counters will collect those and produce a victor. Or we can have one side cede. And I think this is because leading into this, those other names on the table have already seeded, right? Like all the other people. This is down to a 2-side race. With that, Erwin looks to Edrich, and there's a look like You can tell he's afraid to trust you, but he follows through. And he says,
Yeah, with his failed intrigue roll, I think it's very, very hard to get a read on Edrich. Like, most people think, oh, he's either gonna he's thinking about killing me right now, or he's like like very much snake-like. He's hard to read, but if he does trust, Edrich will be happy.
I don't think he does, but I think he's going to follow through. And he says, Lady Ellen, if I might share a word. And Lady Ellen's like, Sir Erwin, this isn't the time. And he's like, I understand that. I should start then that I mean to cede my right and to recognize Sir Edrich of Winterbourne Stoke as the right candidate for Marshal. I think that Salisbury needs to show one face, one sword, one shield to our enemies and to our guests. And we cannot do that prolonging all the hate and all the suspicion that I've seen and encountered over the last 2 years. Your late husband, our late Earl, would roll over in his grave if he saw that. And so I cede. Sir Edrich?
Sir Owen, you're a good man.
Please do all of us proud.
That's all I've ever wanted. I think Edrich will turn to Lady Ellen, and I'm not sure what the protocol is precisely, or if there's a kind of specific etiquette role, but I think Edrich will, as the last candidate cedes out, Edrich will kneel before Lady Ellen. Lady Ellen, all I have wanted since the day I was raised as a squire was to serve Salisbury and Logres, to do my liege proud. And I will serve your son as I have served him these past years. As Marshal, I will lead our armies. I will lead them wisely, I will lead them well, and I will listen to advice and act with a cool head.
Lady Ellen smiles, and there are a lot of cheers, and then she stands up and she says, if you'll excuse me. And then she begins to wander off. And I'll get like an awareness test from the three of you.
Oh god, she's been poisoned.
Well, that'll make things so much easier.
Is geniality applied to this?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I don't see shit. I'm nearsighted.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think Rhodri and Edrich, you both notice that she looks a bit pale as she walks off.
God, I hope that's not because I'm in charge.
No, it does. I think you know it's not. It looks like she's just all of a sudden, you know, like when someone seems to come down on like the flu real quick or something. That seemed to be what it was.
I think, is she like retiring to her quarters or something?
Yeah.
I think Edrich will tilt his head, and as he stands, he will turn to everyone and he will go, "Thank you to all of you for having faith in me and for wanting the best for Salisbury.
With that,
You are my brothers in arms, and now I will be proud to not only serve Salisbury, but to serve all of you as your marshal." Now, I've got to check on her real quick.
I gotta go.
so with that, Sir Barr stops Edrich on his way out, and he says, I want everyone to know here that I will not duel the Marshal. He's newly appointed, and my words were reckless.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Sabar. And in the spirit of this, and in the spirit of the same, my words too were poorly considered, considering the events of the past months. You are a good knight, and I don't want anything to come between that.
All right, and I
Rhodri
think,
just
guys,
smiles in the corner. Could I do one final thing before we move on?
Sure.
Before that moment, as Edrich is starting to leave, he'll feel a hand on his shoulder and a whispered word in his ear as he would hear from Rhodri. You best honor the words you've made. Salisbury will not suffer a tyrant. With that, he pats you on the back and pushes you forward.
Thank you, Sir Rhodri. You didn't happen to see anyone put anything into Lady's drink? No, never mind.
No, but you should see if she's alright.
Yes. So that's what it's like when someone does the soup.
You think
I think
Florence-
Edrich will nod, smile fondly, and he is going to check on Lady.
And we're
Florence
gonna
would be mad
cliffhanger
at-
there. Sorry.
Oh.
go
Yeah.
ahead. No,
Do you
but
think
we'll,
Florence? Oh, sorry.
Go
Do you
ahead.
think Florence would be mad at me if I killed his brother?
Do you really need to ask that question?
I guess not.
Is his love
No.
family above 5?
I choose to believe the answer is no.
I don't like you at the best of times, Sir Virgil, is what Florence's nickname is. What do you think?
Oh, an excuse!
Yeah.
So, let's go ahead and do some outros, guys, because it's just about midnight. Later than I'd like to go, but it was good. It was a good episode.
Long one, but a good one.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start with hold on, I'm gonna cut us over to the camera seat, and with the cut over, we shall start with the outro of Thomas.
Hello, my name is Nomus. My name is Thomas, and I have been Sir Edrich of Winterbourne, Stoke, and current Marshal of Salisbury. I'm going to lead us as a beacon of light, ensuring the safety and stability of the nation. Make no mistake, everything's gonna be fine.
That's fair. You just lost the trust of your allies right here. Mark.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I was just checking out our handy dandy Discord. By the way, do you know we have a Discord? Come check us out. Lots of cool fun stuff on there. I'm sure Bob has gone through it at some point and it's plastered all over the Twitch and probably the YouTube. But come join us. I have been Mark, aka The Cat's Meow. I have my own stuff out there, a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel. I'm sure there's links somewhere or rather. You can probably find it. I am The Cat's Meow Show. And I have been playing Sir Rhodri of Idmiston, the self-decided anti Edrich party, I guess. I don't know. We're kind of still seeing where this goes. Have a weird kind of relationship, and we'll see how it unfolds. But that's with me.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll go to Liam.
Hi, everybody. I'm Liam. I have played Sir Virgil of Durnford. He's been missing in action for a little while, but he's back in a glorious way. This year started out as one of the worst for Virgil, and I gotta say, it's kind of turned around for him. Things are going great. He's on the up and up, man.
Indeed.
Hi, Glory here.
Yeah, man.
There will be Glory too, but we're gonna do Winter Phase probably as part of a session, just because it's gonna be hard not to, or we'll do it right before we go live at the next one, maybe. One of the two. Maybe we're gonna record
Sounds good.
it, make it its own little thing, and then go to the actual session. Okay. let's. I'm Bob. We've been playing Pendragon, 5.2 edition. You came in late. We play with the sibling games on Tuesday in the county right over in Summerland, and then on Fridays we play just across the water a little ways in Wales, in Estragales, or Esgavelon, really technically. But yeah, check us out if you enjoyed this. There's lots more. Join and follow. Love to see you, and we're gonna raid out just because we have a few people.
One quick reminder while you're setting up the raid. Next week, we will not have this regular session of Pendragon. Instead, we'll be doing Gentlemen's of the List with AP.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
Hell yes.
That's going to be our first session too, right?
Yeah, first session.
actual
Yes, our first
role-playing?
proper session.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited.
Shout out to AP.
Look forward to that.
Likewise.
Has all kinds of good content there, so check it out if you're interested. And I'm just gonna.
Rebecca accurately saying, "Cannot believe you seduced a poor woman while covered in boils."
Hey man, I'm out of her league, honestly. So I've just been lowered down to where her regular league is. Not socially. Socially, she destroys me in every matchup.
You could beat her in a fight.
I could beat her in a fight. I'm pretty confident in that.
You're also, I think, prettier than her without the boils.
That's what I was joking about. Is like with the boils we're pretty much even, but without the boils I'm much prettier. She's lucking out, honestly. She's getting a pretty psycho, and like that's the dream, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah.
she's bagging herself a pretty psycho.
All right, we're starting the raid. Off we go.
All right.
Hell yes.
Huzzah!
All right. Thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you on the flip side. I'm so tired tonight. I don't know what's going on, but have a good one.
I mean, it was a
Talk to you
long
next week.
session.
Bye.
Farewell.
Bye.
The tiredness is probably due to daylight